All right, so we have technically two more lists before I'm officially done, and then it's just updates. So I would like to get it like all this done in January, and then at the end of January, I just update all the lists. So it really is this extra class 1, extra class 2, and then we're just I'm just updating all these lists in one video per month, all the way till 10th anniversary. So we are doing extra class 1. So rulers, Avengers, Moon Cancers, and Shield. Okay. Honestly, I actually kind of forgot whether or not I put Mash. No, there's no way I didn't put Mash with if Mash isn't on here, then she's not. I'm not talking about her on this list. Yeah, she's not here. I'm more likely than not did her in the welfares. Um, just because comparing Mash to any of these characters just isn't fair for her or them because of costs and reasons, all that shit. So yeah, just the rules again. MP1. This is just Gacha servants. MP1. Max skills, mana loading, and you have skill reloading. So append 2 and 5. Cs are at level 100. EX. Essentially for extra class, especially 1, 2, and extra class, because there's 3 classes, EX isn't going to be like how it is in the other classes. It's just if I think this character is good enough to be an EX, they're gonna be put in EX. Because these are like I'm comparing like 3 different classes. A lot of what I do here is just gonna be like relegated to these are extra classes. Can they do this thing? They're all in their triangle, so class advantage, blah blah blah. As like AoE farmer for Avengers, I'm gonna compare to an AoE Arts Avenger for Ruler. Like say they're all being compared to each other on this list. But because extra class have a tendency to be like of a higher quality than a lot of the other classes, like especially looking at assassins, a lot of these extra class just look better. So I'm not gonna just put people in A plus and keep EX like only for a certain amount of characters because it's just not fair. When the Avenger class itself is a lot smaller than other classes. So yeah. I highly doubt any of them are going to be here, but I feel like EX and Extremely Niche are like where most of these extra class are going to go, especially Alter Egos. Yeah, especially when we get to extra class 2, a lot more of them might go into niche than even here, but that's just like because a lot of them just do something different that the 7 Knights don't do. So, enough of that. We're going to go in order: Ruler, Avenger, Moon Cancer. So, yeah, let us start with Ruler. OG John. Straight up, because of how her MP scaling works, she is getting knocked down a peg. Literally, because this is the fucking dumbest scaling in the entire game. MP1 for John's MP gives you no fucking defense buff. Like, essentially. 5% defense, you will never notice this. This is rarely ever, if ever, going to save your ass. Now, 15%, that's a big difference. But getting ahead of myself, I'm just saying it straight up that if she's not going anywhere near EX. So, base attack, horrible, but she's not going to be a DPS, so we do not care here. HP, 16.5k, very, very high. And this is like all she really cares about. MP gain 0.76%, which is decent, but she has a triple art stack and only 2 hits on these. At the very least, more recently, she's able to crit on these arts cards more, and she has a card buff to help them. So they're not as bad as they used to be, but they're still not great. You pretty much have to be doing arts chains the entire time. If you try to do like extra attacks, it's just not going to end well. First skill is what got buffed most recently, And to be honest, needed to happen because Revelation was a very shitty skill. Right now, it went from 9 stars per turn, and that was the entire skill, to 20% arts, 20% battery, and 15 stars per turn. This is a much, much, much better skill, and it saves her from being bumped down even lower. Second skill, defense MP damage down 30%, defense down 20%, and then another defense down of 30%. So the one that lasts for 3 turns is 30%, and then the turn you activate this, 20%. Because now John has this arts buff and the battery, it makes a skill like this much better because you're more likely to use John in multicore. If that's how they want to use John, either as a plug suit support, because there's no way she's going to be a sub DPS for multicore farming. For challenge quests, boss fights, different story, but for the most part, this is just set up for like a big, like similar to how you would use Oberon. You just like pop them down and just do a lot of damage. Defense down still is a rare debuff, and she's putting 50 on at once. This, if you're not using Black Rail, Oberon definitely loses value. So this has potential to help you out damage what you can do with Oberon. Not saying that's guaranteed, but I'm saying if you're in a situation where your DPS is not using Black Rail, Oberon isn't going to help that much. Oberon wants you to have as much MP damage, and if you have a very low amount, okay, so here's the example. 10 times 2 is 20. 100 times 2 is 200. See how big that difference is? You get the higher your base number, the bigger a multiplier affects it. So if you have low base MP damage boost, putting defense down would probably get you more damage than MP damage up. So I'm not saying you're going to use John instead of Oberon. I'm just saying that arts buff plus defense down is a decent enough utility. Bound one servant, 120 base chance is what it is. This fights off magic resist. Magic resist, debuff resist 25%. Extra attack, because if she's by herself, so because we can swap, if John is solo, you're gonna want this because it makes it a lot easier for her to refund her MP, just like spamming arts and arts brave chain. Do that and she can keep her MP up fairly consistently. Mana loading just for a quicker start, and then skill reloading just so she does not have a slower start. Like, skills are 6, 5, 6. So if you use her with Tomomo, it's just better. Really, skill reloading is just you use with Tomomo and you have a better chance of double stacking skills. Already talked about the MP. Party-wide invul. Defense up. The scaling for this is really, really shitty. If you have MP1, if you have MP2, it's significantly better. It's literally a 3 times increase from MP1 to MP2, which is not normal for FGO. Usually it's 50% or 2 times at most. This is ridiculously stupid scaling, and unironically, I wish they would buffer MP again just to fix this, or they just retroactively fix it and bump up the percentage for everything by 5. This is 10, and this goes up to 30, and then John's MP looks a lot better. It's better at the weaker end, and significantly better at the lower end, slightly better at the higher end. Her MP will just feel better. Bonsi, 15% buster while she's on the field. Her buff really helps her out, but B. You do not need stall like her that much anymore. Basically, she is Castoria, but weaker. She does provide defense and healing, which Castoria can't do. And if you use her with Castoria, you essentially will not die. However, Solemn defense stacks get taken away before invul stacks do. So if essentially if you're using Castoria with John, if your Castoria stacks are gonna go away that turn, you should probably be popping John's MP. But you should not be popping them at the same time, Castoria and John's MP, just because John's MP, you're not going to get anything out of the invul, and Castoria's MP, you're going to eat up stacks when John's MP could have eaten the MP, and not you would have been good for the next turn, that turn. So that's more a staggering thing and team comp. But yeah, John, there are better characters for what she does. Actually take it back, because this is right. I can't be knocking her down because Castoria exists. That's not what this tier list is for. Yeah, actually, correcting myself. This was because you'd be picking Castoria, but I realized what this tier list is actually supposed to be. So yeah, for stall, she definitely is like top tier for extra class. She's super tanky, but like this is in a vacuum. I'm just saying, like, this one is in a vacuum where Castoria isn't on the table, essentially. Like, you need to stall. Are you going to pick John as your staller, or are you going to pick some other ruler? For stall for your whole team, you're going to pick John. But outside of the vacuum, I would put her B. I just want to be clear. I do think she should go here, but without having no one else here is providing party-wide tank utility. And I definitely don't think Avengers are doing it. BB Dubai would be John's competition on this. But that is like one of BB Dubai's roles versus John's role. Yeah, it's like BB Dubai does what John does, but BB Dubai also does other shit too. All right, next, Amakusa. This guy is just a slower start. Most fights in this game do not last as many turns as he would like, but for the fights that are longer lasting, he's just good. Not the best synergy with Vich, but again, he has like 5 turn skill durations. Vich kind of like it's fun for her, but it's not stuff she really needs. Amakusa would get away with more supports like Merlin that could provide like party wide charge, whether his skills are off cooldown or not. Yeah, base attack, not the best number, but real quick on rulers. They have a class damage modifier of 1.1, so even if their base attack is lower, they are doing more damage than someone of the same exact base attack, but they have either a 1.0 or even a negative modifier. Especially casters and assassins, they suffer from this a lot more. I believe it's assassins too. I know it's casters for a fact, but I think it's also assassins. Yeah, so 10.9. Like, if you really want to do it, like, you could make this like 11.8, but that is not how the attack formula works. Like, you can't just multiply this by 1.1 and get effective damage. That's not exactly how it works. But like, if you want to think about it like that, it's essentially the same. HP, fairly okay. Yeah, 14k, that's good. Especially if he wants to be more sustained, buff stripper instead of like burst. But this could be a little higher. And be charge healthy at 0.86%. Look at this extra attack. It's a damn shame his base star gen is only 10%. If he was another class, like a pretender, a foreigner, moon cancer, and he had like this upstairs, like don't change anything here, but just give him better star gen, this extra attack would be like fucking phenomenal. Especially at higher levels, but with his base attack, not super low, but on the lower end, it's not gonna do ridiculous damage, but it will get him a lot of refund. As you would need some MP gain buffs too to like really make it pop off. But hit counts could be a lot better, TLDR, but not the worst. Yeah, like this is typical year one stuff, except for the extra attack. First skill, stars per turn, 10 stars per turn, and MP gen up 30% for 3 turns. We see a lot of characters that have kits skills like this. I kind of do think though now this is a little weaker, but this is fully targeted, so I kind of don't care as much. If this was like this was targeted and then this was just party wide, like it would be better. But beggars really can't be choosers when we're talking about a game over 10 years. Like they can't keep every single skill for every single servant up to date. I go through hell talking about all the servants on this list every fucking year. Imagine how they would have to go, how many buffs per year we would have if they actually tried to have every servant at the same level. Night fucking Marish. Second skill, guaranteed drain. Buster Res down 20% for 5 turns, 20 battery for himself, and 20 gauge per turn for 5 turns. Also 20%. Again, this is just a decent sustain skill and shows that he does not want to be just like in a normal Buster farming team. Plus, this is an 8-turn cooldown. Does not play nicely at all with trying to think right now, because like really, if you trying to think, because like if you really wanted to do Buster farming, no, he can't do it. His charge situation is just too fucking weird. He would need like one more turn of cooldown reduction. Like, yeah, he would be off by 1 if he wanted to do double Vitch Buster farming, which again, wouldn't recommend, only to give him like crit damage. Definitely don't use him with Oberon though. Chance to bound one enemy, 100%, so lower than John, but he also has a 30% Buster up on this skill. So Amakusa has had all his skills buffed except his even his MP. I actually forgot that he did have everything buffed already. Funny that now they start buffing John now that they actually like finish Amakusa. Magic resist A, 20% debuff resistance. Appends, because of how he works, like he does want to be sustained, so skill reloading important. Mana loading just so he starts quicker. Extra attack is only if you plan on him being main DPS. If not, don't worry about this too much. He can just be a fine sub DPS. And MP, the only effect people care about, because this is a boring MP. It does not have a normal effect, and it just reduces... Oh, no, sorry. It does have a normal effect. The normal effect is OP as shit. Or it was. It was OP as shit. Reduced crit attack chance for 3 turns. Base 30 goes all the way up to 70. So if you manage to get super high aura charge, do not worry about them critting. And this is tankiness for him because as a ruler, naturally takes less damage. If he's not going to get crit ever, so his HP does go up effectively. Ball CE power mod against undead or demons. So the issue with this MP, or why this MP is good, it's just straight out AoE buff strip for the entire enemy team, and that happens before damage. Unless they have unremovable buffs, they cannot deal with this. And the only thing that really saves it is because it is AoE. Right now, in extra class 1, we have someone that has a full buff strip before damage. That character is also an arts and can spam the shit out of that MP. You cannot spam Amakusa's MP unless you are in a team where he's just like spamming arts. And like, in teams like that, they're usually where you would want to be spamming buff removal like that. It usually wouldn't be AoE. Like, you'd be dealing with break bars. And Amakusa, unlike that other character, is definitely not gonna do super well if he can't break bars. Like, if he can't even get to the break bar, then this is just gonna be a very, very drawn out fight. Versus that other character that's also a main DPS. So they have also other shit to go with it to make them just keep zooming. Yeah, I think he has just gone down in value lately. FGO just does not play the way he wants to play. He's just not fitting in with the current meta. Can he kind of work in it? Absolutely. If you use Atlas Mysticode with double Vitch, he is going to be able to double pop his second skill in turn 2, which he's getting 40% gauge per turn without doing anything at that point, and he's going to stay like that for 4 turns. There isn't, like, that is a pretty spammable MP at that point. If he gets like a arts card and yeah, like, think about all the use cases for this guy. It just really depends on the CQ. And in general, most CQs just do not require buff strip from him like this. You would just rather use a single target. Martha Ruler. This is going to be significantly quicker. I'm not going to spend 10 minutes talking about her. 9.5 base attack. Unironically, this is matching some of the 5 stars. So some of them she can hit harder, but that's also extremely conditional because some of those 5 stars that have attack this low also have stupid high attack buffs in their kit. Martha, I'm pretty sure, does not have that level of attack steroid. I do like this character. I think she's really, really funny. Like, the whole memes about FGO introducing Jesus to people, and Martha Ruler's fists are both named Jesus. It's funny. It's just funny for me. Wait, where's her? No, where is her real art? Do not do this game. Yeah, exactly. There we go. Jesus. Both of them are named Jesus. That mean to me is just funny. But yeah, decent here. If she's matching 5 stars in her own class, it can't be that bad, right? 11.25k HP, definitely on the lower side. MP charge 0.76. Decent, because this is, like, if she crits on this arts card, that is fairly good gains. 4 hit on quick. It's not amazing. 5 hit extra attack. And triple buster. I know she's supposed to be like a damage dealer, so her having triple buster is fine. First skill, 30% battery and a 20% attack buff if on water side. Debuff immunity one time and a 3k heal. Power mod against demon, divinity, or undead for one turn. This is a straight up weaker version of Shisho's skill. Not even the buff version. We can't even compare this skill to Shisho's buff version of this skill. However, we do know how they probably are going to buff this skill in the future. They have shown that they're not afraid to make a skill like this 3 turns. However, they probably are going to put another effect on it, and they're not going to put any more damage on here. But yeah, they will probably make this 100% for 3 turns if they buff this skill. But again, this is a summer unit. Them buffing it, buffing Summer Martha probably is very, very low on their priority list. Yeah. The future buff for this, by the way, there's no way they're gonna split this up. There's no way they're gonna split this up and make 3 separate power mods all add up to 100%. I can't imagine a time that would actually happen. All of these would actually line up. Because yeah, like these demons do not have divinity. Undead does not have divinity unless sorry, like this is just gonna be so conditional. Like if they tried to split them up, like I don't even think it would make a difference. Like divine and undead, you have to force that to happen to get Shisho to have full power mod. Them splitting all 3 of them together, she's never gonna hit max damage. Her normal damage will go up if they have 2 traits, but they're never gonna have all 3. EX magic resist. Definitely skill reloading. She is a buster unit. She has the potential to shotgun this, aka reduce cooldown, double pop Vitch batteries, and she'll double stack this for a single turn. How this skill is right now, that's actually like really, really strong. Although most people probably are just gonna have it so that Martha just does good damage for 2 turns. But that also depends on like if she has a Buster Brave Chain that turn. If you have a Buster Brave Chain, I would just like go all in and damage that turn. But yeah, skill cooldown. She does have a 30 battery, so this comes first, and then this is just extra damage. Okay, wait, where am I? Yeah, sorry. But I just keep hearing this, and it's irritating me as I record. All right, MP has been buffed. Single target, 10 hit buster, 500% chance to reduce defense for 1 turn, activates first, and it's 20%. Yeah. Martha, definitely a character that you would go all in damage for like 1 turn. Usually I'm not about characters like this that do not have any turn utility outside of 1 turn. Yeah. I don't usually like characters like this that their entire kit can be used up in a single turn and have like no buffs to carry over. She can do like really good damage. Don't get me wrong. Like I don't think she's like a bad character, but she definitely needs buffs. Like her output per turn, like per screenshot looks good, but she is a burst damage dealer and that's kind of it. And again, outside of raids, you're not going to need that much. And at the... no, because like moon cancers, you're not likely to... divine, sure, but undead. Like an undead or a demonic moon cancer or a demon moon cancer. Because, again, her power mod is not demonic. It is demon. This is a way worse mod than it could have been. Shit. If they buff this skill, make it 3 turns, and then also put demonic on top of it, I would definitely bump her up to low A. Low A, probably, if they buff her like that, but they're probably not. Holmes. This is the first character that is going in extremely niche. Because let's be honest, I really like Holmes. I think his MP is great. I think it's one of a kind. And that's the whole issue. If you do not need Invo Pierce and Defense Pierce, you do not need Holmes. Use a different support. If you do need them, he jumps immediately to EX. If you have MOB Black Rail, he definitely is EX because you do not have to take that off. And you can just use Holmes MP and bypass a lot of mechanics for CQs. But again, that is literally the reason I made this part extremely niche. Holmes is only good if you need him. If you do not need Holmes, he's not that good. He's not taking up a spot in your team, but he's definitely not doing what he could. So, Holmes, base attack, good place for a ruler. 11.5k. This is at pretty much the midpoint for 5 stars. HP 13.3k HP. Yeah, actually, I'll get into Holmes later too, about why he's also in extremely niche. MP charge 0.76%. 3 hits on quick, 3 hits on arts, 5 hit extra attack, 4 hits on buster. So I think it was Martha who had the same gain, 0.76. Yes. So similar gains and hit counts, while just having more base damage. Yeah, getting to his MP is the whole name of games for Holmes. He's gotten 2 buffs that really helped him out, but also solidified his place more as an esports unit. If you already have Holmes at MP1, I would even say that getting your second copy, you should be immediately making an esports Holmes. You should not get him to MP2, in my opinion. The reason being is like 30 to 40% defense down. That is nice. But if Holmes can get out of the way very quickly in a CQ and then you just esports it, that's a lot more value than just 10% defense with because that's another support coming in to up your damage. Yeah, like your first copy of Holmes, you should be getting him to max level, but the second copy, I would probably, if you have that chance, I would make an esports copy than going for MP2. But again, that's just me personally. I kind of have to figure out how I'm dealing with that in the future. So first skill, MP seal, arch res down for all enemies 20%, and 20 star bomb. Not a bad first skill. Again, as an esports unit, this is awesome because it means the enemy is not like they're gonna hit you, and no matter what, like unless they cleanse and then MP, you're pretty much safe that turn. You're no surprise MPs. Second skill, 50% battery, star weight for himself 600%, debuff immunity for 3 turns. This was his most recent buff, and this is what let him do esports. If you have mana loading and you are in an arts team, Castoria's 30% AoE is all he would need to MP. So for a level 50 out of 60, this would be fucking awesome. And again, if the skills are literally swapped around, like people would honestly keep him at level 1. No, not a joke. Not a joke on that. If skill 2 was skill 1, people wouldn't care about this, and they would honestly just care about getting to his MP and then just let him die. That's how important Holmes MP, if you've had to, like, if you used it and had to use it, versus this is just something nice you can do. Like, the difference in damage between having Black Rail and not having it, you notice it. So being forced to go from 80% MP damage and 2400 attack to maybe like 500 attack plus and Invul Pierce and maybe 15% MP damage, you're gonna be hurting. And like bar breaks are just gonna be worse if you have lower investment for characters. Third skill, 50% card buff arts. This is literally to help him get back to his MP, not for damage. And a turn of dodge. Another reason people do not want him higher level. This dodge will keep him alive when you don't want him to. And the arts buff, it's selfish if it was AoE supportive. Again, different story. But this dodge is going to fuck him over for esports if you are trying to do stuff like with this. Only passive is territory creation, 12% arts up. This is a requirement if you want them for esports. And if not esports, just making your setups just easier. Mana loading saves you so much hassle and lets you use just better characters. Anti-Berserker, but he's not really a DPS. He can do it just because he has a self-buffing MP, but I wouldn't recommend. MP, again, defense down. Invul Pierce, defense Pierce for the party, and then crit damage up 50%. Again, also goes to the party. Finds a weakness, and you capitalize on it. Quick up, crit damage while he's on the field. There is nothing no one could tell me that at this current point he goes any like here. It's just because like you don't need him all the time. Like most of the time it would be super recollections, and even then in super recollections you are severely hindered by party costs and party restrictions. So when he works, he works. When he doesn't work, he doesn't work. Next up, First Emperor, Hishi Wong. So, now this I'm bringing up append because of Grand Servants. I didn't do this in the other tier lists, and I do bring up Bond CEs. But this is like a character like this having a guaranteed guts is just awesome. He has very high HP. So him, like, look at this, like 120, he has 20k HP. So if he's at 120, he gets back to 10,000. And this guy has heals, he has sustain, he has invuls, he has so many ways to keep himself alive. This being a Grand Servant, like, having this guts and being able to use another CE, probably not a guts CE, but like MP gain, starts return, charge return. Most of the time, I do like running him with a guts. So him just like being able to have this in another CE is just it feels really good with him. So back up here, 9 almost 10k attack, 15 almost 16k HP. This is just at level 90. As you can see, like it also scales up it can scale up a lot higher. MP charge 0.47. This is like kind of his issue. It's like he has problems getting stars per turn. So like he ramps up crit and everything. Like he's like a solo unit that doesn't want to be solo. That's kind of his gameplay because on his MP he has a taunt. You would want to do Brave Chains with him, just so like he can be a little more self-sufficient. And I think that is this guy's weakness. He's just not self-sufficient enough. If he can get stars per turn, like a good amount in a skill buff, he'll definitely be cooking with fire. Because right now to me it feels like his arts cards do not crit if you are just trying to make sure he's like never lacking his MP up. First skill, drain, guaranteed, defense down 20% for 3 turns. Yeah, honestly, I feel like this is the skill that could use a buff. But I don't know. I want the stars per turn to kind of come from the MP. If we're speaking like what helps him the best, an MP buff would help him the best for getting like some kind of utility per turn mechanic added on to him. Second skill, 70% chance to stun all enemies and a 30% attack buff. I wish this was better, but this still happens a lot more than you'd think. Like it says 70, but for me it's like almost guaranteed. It's pretty much if you're only fighting people with magic resist that this is gonna really come into being an issue. But also, if the enemies are stunned, they're not hitting you for free refund. So, also a factor. Third skill, 50% battery, full cleanse, 3k heal. If you're stunned, you can't cleanse yourself. But if you're MP sealed, you can cleanse yourself. But if you're skill sealed, you can't cleanse yourself. For all tanks and solo units, they need skills like this because debuffs, like he does have magic resist right here, 18%. That's still not enough to like slack off, like shrug off a lot of debuffs. He can still get exposed pretty easily. Skill reloading, mana loading, extra attack. If he's solo, this is a must. It's not like your choice. You need to have this. This is free refund, free star gen, free damage, everything if he's solo. You're not going to do anything but extra attacks every single turn. Why would you not make them just feel a lot better? MP, Invo for 1 turn, Taunt for 1 turn, crit damage 50%, scales up to 100 based on MP copies, star weight 300% for 3 turns, attack buff 50% base, scales all the way up to 100. His crit and attack scaling is really, really, really dumb. His only weakness is he has problems self-sustaining. Again, he can be run with other supports on the field. That taunt is there to help him get his charge up. But the more allies you have on the team, the less chance he's doing a Brave Chain every single turn. So, again, you have to keep that in mind. Another problem with him being solo like this is actually because he's arts. The reason that's a problem is because for Brave Mighty Chains, he has to be giving up an Arts Brave Chain to do it. That means he cannot run an Arts card to help himself refund. He becomes much more reliant on the enemies you're fighting having very high hits on their attacks to get his MP back, over just needing just getting hit in general. Like he becomes reliant on getting hit like 5-10 times or 10 hits to get like a stupid amount of gauge back over just clicking arts and then spamming the MP that way. But being able to do MP BQ means you get to take advantage of the crit damage. Like really take advantage of this crit damage, because Buster crit damage, especially with this much attack buffs, definitely hits pretty hard. And again, like this is like fairly good scaling on extra copies. If you have multiple copies of him, he's just gonna do his job like even better. And also his low base attack, definitely not as low as it could be. I could see them making his base attack like 8,000 just so it would balance out better, because 50% attack buff for 3 turns. Just notice how massive that is. That is literally more than most people have, or that is slightly less than double stacking that with Vich for some characters. They have 30% attack buffs. They have to double stack it to get this value. If he spams his MP, he's spamming attack buffs of like a massive level that like just goes really well with any other type of scaling. So now we come to the conundrum, because it's between him and Tyra. In terms of solo units that are extra class, and I guess Jineko too, but she's a lot slower to start. Yeah, it would technically be these 1, 2, 3 in terms of solo. A plus. He has issues, and that's why he's not going into EX. He has significant issues that affect how he feels. Estrella's EX. This fucking 4-star. Like 3 things. A, why did they buff her MP? B, why is she so fucking good? 3, why is she so fucking good? She does so much goddamn damage. Like, chat, it can not be understated like how well this character fucking feels. If you do not have, like, if you're strictly looking for a single target ruler, this character being permanent is so stupid. It is so easy to get high copies of this character, and that really is all you need half the time. Like, this is a character that if you hit evil, you're blowing them the fuck up. And even if you don't hit evil, if you're fighting a moon cancer, you're blowing that moon cancer up. Like Luvia, there's only one version of her in FGO, and she's so fucking good. She really has no business being this good, because it makes something for Uesugi Kenshin 5-star Kagetora so much harder. If you have this character like super stacked, like level 100 plus MP5, it is hard to look at another single target arts ruler, because the damage is just probably isn't gonna match. She's just that good. 9.7k attack. At 120, she gets close to like 5 stars of the highest, like, no, passes up 5 stars that are like level 90, like Summerbuki, Jolter. She passes that attack. But again, this is also her at 120, and that's those characters at level 90. Their attack can scale a whole lot higher. HP, low on the lower side, but not egregiously low. Again, she's a ruler. She needs to get hit a lot more before she is worried about dying. Hit counts, awesome. 0.43% would be low, but half the time she's critting on these arts cards. Big part of why she's so good. She spams the shit out of her MP because her arts cards actually refund perfectly. First skill, targeted, 20% attack, 20% defense, MP gen up 20%. Really good to put on herself, but also sub DPS works pretty good. Second skill, arts buff for 1 turn and 30 stars. This is her weakest fucking skill. And half the time, it doesn't matter because this buff is lower than what Castoria gives you. So 3 supports, you're not going to notice it that much. And she does, like, again, this is a 1-turn thing, but this is refund. This is a massive star bump to pretty much guarantee you're critting this turn. And she does have 3-turn buffs that can keep her not solely reliant on Castoria. She is going to be reliant on her, but she also does so much damage it doesn't matter. Like, I keep saying that, but like Li Shuwen, he has problems getting back to his MP because his hit counts suck. He's also not making that many stars. Like, you have to force him to crit. This is an arts crit servant that doesn't have problems being able to crit. Third skill, all you need is 5 stars. You lose 5 stars, you get star weight 50%, you get 50% crit damage, or 500% star weight, 50% crit damage, and a 20 battery. Her battery situation is a little awkward, but this is an arts servant. Do you really care about 20 battery when you just run double Castoria or whatever it is you're running for this arts team, and you're probably at 100% no matter what? This is not the biggest deal. I think they need to buff this skill first and just make this 3 turn, and then honestly after that I don't think they need to buff Estrella. Them buffing this and making it 3 turns is just like cherry on top. She does not need that, but she would very much like it. 10% crit damage, arts up 10%, debuff resistance 22.5%. Unfortunately, she does not have Goddess Essence Magic Resist combo, but she does have a higher debuff resistance than most servants have. This, if you're running her with Tamamo, this for faster starts, and this for being a better crit servant. MP, 8-hit single target, ignores invincibility, drops 20 stars, super effective against evil. I have not brought up this chart yet. At level 80, she does almost the same exact... No, not the same exact. She does more than Uesugi Kenshin. If they're hitting niche, Uesugi Kenshin does more damage. But this is at MP1. Most people have her closer to MP5. Especially if you, on GSSRs, you go for extra class. Like, the only 4-star that was really dropping was Estrella. I got her on JP. I got her twice on each on a different account because I chose the same banner. There weren't that many in the pool. Very likely you would get her. Comparing MP5 Kagetora, MP5 Estrella is equal to Kage Uesugi Kenshin hitting niche. If you're fighting evil, it really doesn't matter whether or not they're berserker or not. Estrella is going to hit them extremely hard regardless of class affinity. So she belongs in EX. And a lot of it has to do with the fact that she's permanent. Usually this is the time that I skip ahead and just start talking about Uesugi Kenshin. But I kind of am not going to do that just because rulers are just going to not take that long. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 more characters, and then we are done with this class. So yeah, when we get to Uesugi Kenshin, we'll get to her. Bunny Toria. This is who I was talking about 9.5k like base attack. But just like Kishi Wong, because she's only weaker than him base attack wise by like 400, her attack buffs come from her skills, unlike his that comes from his MP. And she does have very high attack buffs. It makes sense why this is balanced this way. However, because the base number is low, her max damage can only go so high. With her most recent buffs, she is more of a sub DPS / enabler than she is a farmer herself. But this is very, I really like her artwork. And more likely than not, probably for 10th anniversary, we are getting Summer Lartoria, because there was a big, or not a big, but like on New Year's they released Ritsuka Doesn't Understand, and they literally pointed out the fact that the only two Artorias in the game that do not have summer outfits are Lily and Lartoria. Walter. Those are the only two. This is 10th anniversary FGO. Echon just got her summer outfit, and she already had another version of herself. So, new Saberface coming out this summer, probably Lancer Artoria Alter. But enough about this. We're talking about gameplay now. Again, attack is there. HP almost 17k. Very, very healthy HP. It's not going to be easy to take her down if the enemy is not critting her. MP charge 0.57%. 4 hits on the 2 quick cards, 4 hits on arts, 3 hits on buster, 5 hit extra attack. She is rocking her Lancer deck. So, not terrible. Not great upstairs. Let me rephrase it. It's not great, but it's not terrible. It's like her low attack isn't as much a demerit as her low attack is on like you wouldn't use Medea Lily for offense, but I'm saying like her damage is shit because of how low her attack is compared to like just 4 stars. Like Bunny Toria's attack, it's low, but it's not so low that she should be in a different class. First skill, 40% battery, dodge, grants a bounce. I'm going to call this bounce. This is bounce from Pokemon. She jumps, and when she lands next turn, she's going to hit them very, very hard with a 30% attack buff. Is it the biggest buff? No, but just something to keep in mind. Second skill was her card shenanigans. She targets one ally on your team. That ally does not get their cards when she shuffles that. So now you have a much better chance of having... You are guaranteed at least 1 Brave Chain. But which character is getting the Brave Chain outside of the one that you... Because remember, the character you target with this, their cards are not showing. The crit damage and the MP gen, this is for the entire party, 50% and 30% respectively, and unfortunately MP gen only lasts 1 turn. Cooldown got reduced. Yeah, this skill makes it just like really, really easy to spam Brave Chains. Not necessarily the type of Brave Chain you want. It might not be a Mighty Chain, it might not be a Buster Brave Chain, but you will be able to actually like secure an extra attack. All you need is 2 cards and the MP for the character you care about. And again, if it's Bunny Toria, hopefully it's BBB, but Mighty Chain wouldn't be the worst for her either. Third skill also got buffed. I forgot this attack buff was this high. Okay. She has a 40% charisma. This is literally double the amount of charisma literally every other character has. Like, if characters have a 30% charisma, awesome. But 40%, you are actually cooking with fire at this point. Buster up 30% and 5,000% star weight. 30% attack, 50% crit damage. Oh, no, sorry. 70% attack, 30% buster, 50% crit damage. All these skills are under 6, so if you want to use Bunny Toria as the DPS, you can. In a very similar nature to how you would use Lionheart. That her MP is literally just to make her buster crits hurt more if you want to use her as the main DPS. Magic resist A, 20% debuff resistance, territory creation B, 8% arts up. If you want to use her in farming, she needs... Yes, she needs this if you're not going to give her a 60% CE. Yeah. Because her... Oh, right. Okay, so her charge situation is kind of weird for buster farming, especially. She does essentially have a 60% battery for turn 3. So... Yeah, I actually this. Yeah, if you okay, yeah, so you don't need this maxed out, but you do need it unlocked if you want to start from 50. This is just to have pop this in turn 2, which, yeah, no, this is a fucking massive amount for turn 3 or for turn 2. This is a lot for turn 3. Turn 2. God damn it. But yeah, MP, 4-hit AoE, defense pierce, 20% battery at the end of the MP, 20% card buff for quick arts and buster. It lasts for 1 turn. So no matter what brave chain you do, as long as you do a brave chain, Bunny Toria is eating good. If you can do a buster brave chain, she has a 50% buster card buff from her kit alone. Bonsi, 10% attack buff, 15% crit damage while she's on the field. Significantly better. Significantly better when she got this buff. Wait, she always had the... Was it always AoE or... Man, just checking. Yeah, no, it was always 40. So her buster farming numbers changed because she got a buster buff. Not because of the attack buff. I think she has more utility than Amakusa. Like, her buster farming damage is not amazing, but it's not that bad anymore. Again, it's not super impressive, but who's her competition for buster farming here? In just AoE rulers, the answer is none. But for buster farming, we do have Avengers and Moon Cancers to consider on that. So yeah, Bunny Toria. It's one of these two or a niche, but for this I don't want to put her in niche. Because this is just like really good multi-core. Yeah, no. She stays in A because of multi-core. 40% AoE attack is stupid. This is so stupid. And then you put the crit damage along with it. Yeah, no. No, you can stay in A. Not A+. You're here for multiple... All of your reasons add up to make you put you in A. not one aspect. If we were looking at individual aspects, she'd probably go here. Or if she was missing, like, definitely if she did not have this buff, she would be like B, if not C. No, she would be in B without the buff. With buff, she's at A. Himiko. Much like you'd use Constantine, you use Himiko in the same way. She amps up Buster buffs and ups her overcharge. Well, Constantine I don't think does overcharge, except like when you put people in front of or behind his MP. But Himiko actually gives you overcharge stages. You can use her kind of in Invincible comp, but not really. So yeah, base attack 10.6k. Again, if you want to think about putting the class mod and bumping this up to 11.5-ish, it's not really how it works, but it functions pretty similar. 15k on the dot for HP. Good, fairly tanky. MP charge 0.57% with 3-hit arts, so these are a lot weaker, but you're expected to be critting if you hit the arts cards. More likely than not, if you want her to be a DPS, you're hitting the Buster. First skill, 20% attack and 8 stars per turn. Everyone gets this buff, so this is really 24 stars per turn as long as no one dies or switches out. 30% Buster buff. Power mod against demonic enemies, 50%. 1 turn of invul. 50% battery. Star weight for Buster cards for 1 turn, 500%. 100% Buster crit damage for 1 turn. Yeah, so she wants to be hybrid. Like, if you want Himiko to be like, like, essentially her kit design is like Super Ryan, but just like not nearly as put together as Super Ryan. It's like Super Ryan is so selfishly Gorilla Buster, while Kimiko is trying to do that, but also supporting. So jack of all trades, master of none, essentially, but she does give good utility. 20% debuff resistance, arts up 10%, poison and curse immunity. Mana loading for multi-core, ease of use. Skill reloading. I mean, you could pop this again turn 2 and just like an absurd amount of stars and never have to worry about star gen. But that also, again, we're talking about like crit farming at that point. NP does not do damage. Party Buster buff, base 30% up to 50. Overcharges the entire party's MPs, 2 stages, 1 time, 3 turns. 50% crit damage for the party. Oh, and Bond CE, 10% Buster, 15% crit damage, basically Merlin's Craft Essence, or Bond CE. B, and this is only because some of what you would like Himiko to do is counterintuitive. AKA, you would want her to be helping to set up a different DPS to do really good crit damage, but she's the one that wants to be doing the crit damage. It's like everyone uses her more as a support, but she wants to be a crit DPS. Like Super Orion. For a lot of people, no. I put her there for like my reasonings is like Yeah, again, it's the fact that she can be support or buster crit DPS. But she can't really do both at the same time. Yeah. Like, again, solid servant, good utility. Missing the mile just a little flat. I kind of want them to just buff her once to see what they're trying to do with her before I, like, really make that kind of decision. Like, I do think she is, like, I don't use her that often, but she does do the crits very well. Garen. If you have Onger Mainu, this character gets so much fucking better because you get a free attack buff without having to do anything. You just put that 4 cost unit, the equivalent to a 2-star, in the back of your party or any Avenger, and Karen gets a free 20% attack buff permanently. I really like this character. Not the gameplay, the actual character. I think Karen is fucking hilarious. She is literally like Kirei without being a pile of human garbage. But she's definitely her father's child. But she is, like, I don't even know, like, how much she actually is religious. Like, it's like all the issues you have with Kirei, they exist with Karen. Like, this is not gameplay, this is character wise. Like, Karen is just like a nicer Kirei. Like, a Kirei that's not a piece of shit. Like, say a Kirei that, like, never met Gilgamesh, retired from the church, and just, like, became, like, I don't even know if this is Emiya family or something, but, like, Kirei retire, or is it, this might actually happen in Prisma Ilia, but, like, Kirei retires and makes, like, a Mapu tofu shop, and he just gets off on watch people struggle to eat Mapu tofu without water, and he refuses to give them water or milk, too. Like, Kirei would get to watch people willingly suffer, and they would pay him to suffer, and he gets to just watch it for free. That is nirvana for Kirei. Karen, she has her own issues. Let's just say that she likes to hit people with money. She likes to watch people debase themselves for money. And that was, like, some of the funniest shit in Carnival Phantasm. But we're not talking about Carnival Phantasm. That's next week. Base attack, 11.3k. And again, she has a passive that gives her a 20% attack buff. So this I find much easier to do because it's actually the same buff type. But without Black Grail, this, or any CE, this goes to, and I don't usually do this because of attack buffs being percentages, but this is an attack buff that literally can't go away. So 20% of this is 22,000 or 2,200. So this jumps up to 13.5k base, not base attack, 13.5k attack at level 90 without a CE. If you give her Black Grail, not only do you not need the Avenger, but you also get, you also get even more base attack, so the scaling goes even higher. Her best craft essence by a long shot is Black Grail. If you do not use Karen with Black Grail, like, you're not using Karen seriously. Or if you don't have an Avenger in your party, you're not using her seriously. Like, you're literally gimping her. 0.57% MP gain. I would like it if this was higher, but based on how she works, it doesn't matter that much. Yeah, no, I hate that they took off the April Fool's stuff here and they put it in gallery. That's annoying. Yeah, 4 hits on quick, 3 hits on arts, 3 hits on buster, 5 hit extra attack. Her refund is completely dependent on your supports. If you use Karen, your quick supports need to have mana loading maxed out. Otherwise, her farming is scuffed. It's scuffed to begin with. It gets even more scuffed if you do not pay attention. So, first skill, Invul for self, 3 attacks, 3 turns, self regeneration buff. Every turn, she is going to drain your allies of 10%, up to 10%. So if you're at 8, Karen will get 8. If you're at 12, Karen will get 10. Up to 10. Per ally, 10 per ally, so really 20. Invul for the party, 1 attack, 3 turns. Party's MP gen rate goes up 20%. She does not get this. Why is this one important? It's so that if your characters do not have mana loading, you have 2 turns to try to get them more gain. If they do have mana loading, but not fully maxed out, you have 2 turns to try to get their gain enough so that Karen gets the full amount. Second skill, taunt to herself, 500% for 1 turn, 30% battery, 20% attack down, 20% defense down on the enemy. All enemies. And a drain, if I didn't already say that. Third skill, 20 rainbow card buff, 20% for each. Arts quick buster, 20 battery, another drain. Her battery situation is like really, really awkward too, because it's split. Like, this is her card buff. You would not wait to pop this because this affects a refund. But because this is 20, your refund amount is scuffed unless you're using like Neurobride. If you're using Neurobride, this issue goes away because it's a 30% block. But using Neurobride means you're not using Oberon. Would not recommend. So if you're trying to be super charge conscious, this isn't the best. This isn't going to be fun for you. But yeah, it kind of just depends on your charge situation. If you want to save this, I hesitate just because are you giving up a Scotty 50% for Karen to just have this? Because of this defense down, I really don't blame you if you do not want to pop this until turn 3. But just know you will probably be running into charge issues. Yeah, it has been a minute since I used Karen, so I don't remember her charge situation off the top of my head. And today, because I have so many, I don't have a lot of time to just do testing for the tier list. Debuff success rate up 10%. This is for the skill. Crit damage up 10%. Masochistic spiritualistic disposition. This is that passive where if she wants Black Rail or has an Avenger in the party, she gets the attack buff. But it's literally only while she has a debuff. If you don't want to give her if you don't want to wait for the enemy to put an annoying debuff, like say attack down, defense down, you're going to want to have this, otherwise she doesn't get the 20%. Also, if you happen to run her with Castoria, if you're banking on having debuffs, Castoria cleanses way too often to rely on having debuffs on herself. Similar issue that Lacosta would have, but Lacosta can't make her buffs, her debuffs, her poison count as buffs to negate Castoria's shit. That would be a nice buff for her. Like, any poison on Lacosta would be considered a buff, not a debuff. That would fix her issue with Castoria. Debuff res up 22.5%. Iron Willed Faith, Terror immunity, Charm immunity, and Buster res up 10%. So she takes 10% less Buster damage. You need black mana loading for... actually, I'm not sure if you actually need it. Know what? For Karen, I'll actually go through this real quick. Yeah, no, because I am curious about a charge situation. Yeah, again, to be safe, fifth and second, and NP has been buffed AoE 5-hit quick. Super effective against chaotic alignment enemies. Quick res down, but after damage. Buff block 1 time 3 turns. And MP damage up. Unfortunately, the scaling is horrendous. The base is 10, and it only goes up to 30. Would have been nice if this was like 20 or 30, but at the same time, she is also like Black Grill is significantly better for her than other CEs. So I kind of get them not wanting to give her like, I don't know, quick MP damage MP damage ramp up. Kind of understand why they would not want to do that. Bond, the rest of the Bond CE MP gen up while when you get hit while she's on the field. Gives herself defense down, and this counts as a demerit, so she would get her own passive to activate. But defense down is not something you would willingly want to give any character, even a ruler. Do not trust that. You will get blitzed down very, very quickly. So I'm just going to do this calc real quick just to see what her farming would actually look like. Because of her charge situation, I'm assuming you would be running Oberon like on in the front. You just would be, and you'd be swapping out the Scotties. All right. So pause the recording. Yeah. So I forgot how explosive Karen's damage actually was. So I had to take us off the normal QP farming node that I usually do, just because I wanted like to know what her like numbers actually look like without the extra refund boost. These are all sabers, so normal damage. Yeah, 170,000 turn 1, 208,000 turn 2, 450,000 turn 3 against one enemy, and then I'm assuming this is niche. Yes. Yeah, she hit niche on this. Yeah, and I did not even need this battery. But yes, because of Ruler Scotty coming out, Karen a lot easier, and also because have can't English. Oberon's first skill, he just has such good synergy with Karen. It really is Oberon that makes this better because now you do not need mana loading. I will say, I would not try this with Caster Scotty. It looks like only double Ruler Scotty is going to work for refund reasons. If they can buff Caster Scotty and give her MP gain somehow, it would make her an option over this Scotty. But right now, Lasagna doesn't want to do that. So, in terms of AoE quick servants, on this list, it's literally between her and Dante's. Yeah, no. Okay. I thought about it for a second, but yeah, no. Karen, very, very good. But let's not even pretend for how much of a luxury servant this actually is. On this list, I give every servant like the biggest benefit of the doubt. This is giving Karen every single benefit of the doubt. You have 2 supports. You have her at a very good place. Your Oberon's you have Oberon. You have MLB Black Rail. Her damage is the way it is because of how much work you have to put in for it for her to come close. Not even come close to match Dante's. This carrot, yes, she can do a lot of things. Some things Dante's can't. But let's not think that this is easy to pull off or that there is no wiggle room. Accidentally deleted it, but in the run, all it takes is for Karen to loop less than 50% one time or two times. So her trying to go against Berserkers not going to work. Dante's on the other hand can do it. His refund is just better. So he's going. Yeah, I'm putting him here, and we'll go over it when we get to Avengers. Because I think he is first Avenger anyway. But yeah, he's an EX for AoE quick extra class 1. Moriarty. Guy got a buff, and now he's kind of competing with Spishtar, mostly just on the art side. Spishtar still has being able to swap card types to our favor, so Moriarty is like trying to compete in Spishtar's niche. In similar, like with some similarities in kit. 10.4k base attack and 14.8k HP. A lot better HP than attack. Kind of wish he definitely had more attack, but that's kind of where part of his issues lie. MP charge 0.37%. Again, where his issues lie, I don't know why they would make his refund like this poor. This piss poor. Like they could have made this 0.43. Like, yes, this is what Ibuki has, but no, Moriarty is not looping like Summer Ibuki. Absolutely fucking not. 4 hits on these arts cards, 4 hit on Buster, 4 hit on Quick, 5 hit extra attack. And this is a ruler that is chaotic evil, so he works with Domin, even though you wouldn't think rulers would be chaotic evil. First skill, dodge 2 attacks 3 turns, ignore evasion for 3 turns, arts res down 20%, and another 20% if they're evil. His MP can make people evil, so you might want to hold off on popping this turn 1. Second skill, 30% guard buff, arts quick buster, and crit damage up 30% for 3 turns. All of this. Third skill, 50% battery, and on one of the worst Gamba skills in the fucking game, you have a 50-50 shot of getting star weight for buster cards or star weight for arts cards when he has a triple arts deck. If he had double buster, double arts, it would be a different story, but this is fucking annoying as shit. It's either not going to matter or you're not going to have enough stars for it to matter, even though you get 20 stars from the skill. If you have like all of his cards in one turn, you just don't have enough. This is an art servant, not a quicker buster. 10% crit damage, 5% arts, 5% MP damage, panic cut, charm immunity, confusion immunity, terror immunity, skill seal immunity. Like pretty damn good shit to have all wrapped up in one. These two, this for farming, this if you're using with Tamamo, he is a crit servant, so technically you can worry about this, but I honestly wouldn't worry too much. That is not going to make a lot of MP gain, and you're not going to get a lot of stars. Even your damage is not going to be super high either. Subbuster. MP 4-hit AoE arts also has been buffed. Super effective and it's good. Skill seal inflicts evil alignment, and his MP effect ramps up MP damage, base 20 up to 40, lasts for 3 turns. Power mod good and evil, and yeah. His MP does decent damage. It just really becomes a refund thing. But he's also art, so the refund issue is like negligible at best. I do think for farming, he's not that good. But he's usable, just not that good. For boss fights, he gets a lot better. It's like you would not you kind of don't use Space Ishtar in a boss fight just because she doesn't have the utility. He has the utility. It's just like awkward ass utility. It's like really awkward to use, but it's not terrible. Like his he needed the MP buff. He really needed it. But I do think his like own weaknesses kind of show. Yeah, like he's solid at B. But it's just this awkwardness. Like if you're not setting up, like if you don't know what the alignment the enemy is, you can't pop this turn 2. I mean turn 1. If you do know and they're not evil, you gotta wait. And if you don't know, you gotta wait. Like it kind of does make sense. You need to think. You need to think before you do stuff. But, you know, I want him to be better, but yeah, just a little bit too much. Okay. This is very, 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 very easy EX. That is extremely easy EX. So this one, gonna run through it really quick. Ruler Scotty can be used as a farmer if you want. There's absolutely nothing wrong with it. She has like the stats to actually do it fairly well. Decent enough base attack. Again, it would be the equivalent to like, again, not the equivalent, but it'd be around 10.9 or 10.8.9. It'd be like close to there. Or 11.9 or almost 20k. HP, fairly good, fairly tanky. MP charge 0.78%, glorious number. If she had one more hits on this arts card, I think she would have one of the best arts cards in the game. It would be higher base, but because Koyan has an arts buff in her passive, it would pass this up anyway. 4 hits on quick, 4 hits on buster, 3 hits on art, 5 hit extra attack. Outside of being a supporter, she's still a good DPS too. First skill, 50% quick up, 100% buster crit damage. Second skill, 20% attack up, 15 quick, 15 buster, and 15 stars per turn. Third skill, targetable 50 battery, star way to buster cards up 1 turn, 5,000%. So anyone can get the buster cards that turn, or crit stars on their buster card that turn, and a 15 star bomb. She is Scotty, OG Scotty, just better suited for farming. I like caster Scotty, just not for farming. She is pretty much like stuck in CQs and boss fights these days. It's truly unfortunate, especially because I like how like good quick cards with 200% crit damage feels, but it depends on your DPS's deck. If you have if a quick servant has more than 2 buster cards, then Ruler Scotty needs to be on that team. So if you only have 1 quick card, Caster Scotty loses value immensely. Now there are a lot of quick servants that only have 1 buster card, in which case you probably don't want to do 2 Ruler Scotties. But even then, you'd still probably want 2 Ruler Scotties because of this skill providing a better card buff, or providing more card buffs and attack buff, which Caster Scotty farming did not have. So it was reliant on the DPS to have an attack buff if you wanted an attack buff. Magic Resist EX, 25% debuff res. Goddess Essence for another 25, so 50% total. And 10% arts. So yeah, if she had another hit on her arts card, she would have the best arts card in the game. As a support, I feel that this is like the most important thing for her to have for more sustained stuff, especially like storm pods for like 90 star. If you do not want to like try to 3-turn them and do more sustained stuff, this is almost a requirement because everything else will just feel slow if it takes like longer than 7 turns, even if you're building up to like clear faster than like more stalled out fights. This is never a bad thing either. If you don't have Oberon, Karen is probably going to want this. NP 6-hit AoE quick, guaranteed drain, MP damage on water side, and super effective against lawful enemies. Ruler Scotty has been used as the farmer for some 90 pluses plus multiple times. In fact, literally the next 90 plus on NA for the next event, Ruler Scotty is going to be one of the best servants because it's like two wave 90 plus, and the boss enemy is a lawful moon cancer. Like easy farm for Ruler Scotty. Next event. Bond CE 30% crit damage for the whole party while she's on the field. Yeah, there was no way she was gonna be anything but EX. She is so fucking good. And it's like, I wish Caster Scotty was better because now Caster Drop is in the game, and the only thing that Caster Scotty is better at is for decks that have like even more than like three quick cards. You shouldn't be using Ruler Scotty. You need Caster. That is so much damage off the table. But Caster Drop definitely closes the gap. So if you don't have Caster Scotty, it's not nearly as bad as it used to be. You won't have nearly as many problems as you would in Advanced Quests or Super Recollections, where you can't double stack the same character. Popus Johanna, she is going in A+. Why? Because this is a support that makes triple arts decks actually do fucking damage. Without this character, if a character has a triple arts deck, in general, they are A, solely reliant on MPs, B, their face card damage is doing jack shit, so you're probably just MP spamming or arts chaining with other characters instead of them actually doing the damage. Popus Johanna makes it so your triple arts deck servants, again, they can actually get stars on their arts cards, and they can like do decent crit damage. People always complain about how bad arts crits are. Here's the solution. It's just that this year, she comes out at literally the worst fucking possible time. Like, I get the timing. Fuck's sake. Almost wish they made this character even better to like let her stand up when she's crammed in between fucking Cuckoo and Tezcatlipoca, and then Tiamat and Draco. And now on NA, you only have a couple weeks between the first one, and then a month and a half at most between the other two. Lasagna treats this character so fucking poorly. If you wanted to skip when she comes out because of this year, I don't fucking blame anyone. She's a really good servant, but only if you can make her work. Only if you really have triple arts. Otherwise, she's not going to feel as good. 10.1k attack on the lower side, but she really isn't supposed to be the DPS herself. HP, almost 16k. Good. MP charge, 0.55%. Again, she's not really supposed to be the looper or the DPS. She has a 3-hit arts MP as well, I believe. Yeah, and she's not meant to be the looper. So if you're trying to use her like a Summer Kiara, Muramasa, her refund is going to be worse than them. So take that as you will. If you don't plan on critting under arts cards mid farm, then probably don't bring her. Use someone else. Use EO. MP charge 0.55% on 3-hit arts cards. Again, this is low refund for face card gains. Quick cards, it helps she has more than 2 because it makes jetting stars better for their art servants. But moving on. First skill, 5,000% star weight for arts cards for 3 turns. Crit damage up 100% for 3 turns. And 10 stars per turn for 3 turns. Literally makes art servants actually able to do shit. Second skill, party-wide arts buff 20%. Debuff immunity for the party 1 time 3 turns. Damage cut 1,000 3 turns. This is not hit base. It is flat out damage cut for 3 turns. Don't get that too often. As a tanky skill, awesome. On a ruler, they're not taking damage. Because this damage minus is after, it is at the end of the formula. It's not, the enemy is about to do 5,000 damage, and say, like, you have class ruler, so it halves it. It's not going to do 5,000 minus 1,000 and then cut it in half. It's going to cut it in half first and then subtract 1,000. So the difference is class advantage happens first. You take 1,500 damage. Damage cut happens first. You take 2,000 damage. Order matters, and this on a ruler just like makes you take so much less damage. Third skill, 20% battery per turn, 20% attack buff. I have no fucking idea why this skill is on an 8-turn cooldown. Yes, this is 20 per turn. This is way too high. This, honestly, they need to buff this and bring it down to 7 and maybe give it another buff. Because this part, I get it. This is too much. This is too long a duration. I get not wanting this to be 50% up, 50% down. We do have characters like that, though. But, like, this is just... I cannot. It's too long. It's too long. If you plan on just dropping her on the field and then plug suiting her out, it's not nearly as big of an issue. Especially because her MP isn't really that great. If she had Shufu's MP, she would be fucking amazing. 25% debuff resistance, 10% arts up. Skill reloading, mana loading. It really depends on what you're doing. If you want her to like actually be popping her MP, sure, but she doesn't really want to be doing it. Like, her MP lets her do it. It's just like that's not where she's best. But 3-hit AoE arts, power mod against evil alignment, damage to all enemies, buff block, super effective against mana attribute. There are a lot of mana attribute enemies that are also evil. So I'm not saying that this doesn't line up. This lines up way better than a character like, say, Shonagun. Because these are two, like, circles that intersect, but aren't... how do I explain it? It's like... some characters have buffs that do not overlap, but still multiply into each other. So that, like, when one happens, if 2 happen to happen, it's awesome. This is like 2, like this. It's like, this is alignment, this is attribute. It's like, they don't always line up, but when they collide together, the damage is explosive. Like, most of the time, you're either going to get one or the other, but if you get both to work, awesome. That's what I mean to say. Like, these are, like, really good general power mods. They're not going to line up perfectly often, but when they do line up, it's really good. Bonsi, Evil Alignment, and Mana Attribute power mods. And, yeah. Solid in A plus as a support. As a farmer, I would drop her down to B with Moriarty, but I'm placing her as a support and only as a support. I do not care about her MP besides it having buff block, and that's about it. Her damage. What about her damage? All right, 2 more on Ruler, and then we are done and moving on to Avenger. Probably going to take a little break, though. Melusine Undine. How do I want to go about this one? AoE arts. I need to see who else is on this list. Okay. Got it. Okay. So, placing her right now. EX. For AoE Arts Avengers. Or, no, AoE Arts Extra Class. We're not talking about Summer Ibuki here. I do think she is like one of the best characters up here. I think she's better than Space Ishtar, especially for CQs. I think she's better than Space Ishtar. Kiara, not for CQs. She actually would survive. Marie Alter, again, she has refund issues. Yeah. Melusine, AoE Arts, I think she's the best extra class up on here. For farming. She can also do a 90 multi-core and also be a crit servant herself. And I think the way she ramps up is just works better the better your account is. Base stack 11.495. This easily jumps up because of class modifier and puts her closer to where Avengers are, like naturally. HP definitely a lot lower. MP charge 0.42%. Again, don't get too hung up on this. This is Melusine we're talking about, and again, Summer Ibuki had 0.37, and she is still Summer Ibuki. 5 hits on quick, 3 hits on arts, 3 hits on buster, 5 hit extra attack. Yeah, that assumption is better. All right. First skill, 30% arts, 30% crit damage, power mod against chaotic alignment, 30%, and 1,000 damage cut for the party except herself. This is literally the reverse of what OG Melusine has, because she gets damage cut for Lancer version. She gives damage cut on this version. Also, this is the same number as Popus Johanna, so if you happen to be using them together, you have 2 rulers on the field that both have 2,000 damage cut. Good luck letting either one of them actually take damage, because they're probably not taking damage. Second skill, 500% star weight, 10 stars per turn. If you're on water side, another 10 stars. Wait. 10 stars per turn. Yeah, okay, yeah. Here we go. 10 stars per turn. If you are on water side, you get another 10 stars. Yes. Oh, wait, no, 20. You get 20. Okay, yeah. Let me rephrase this. If you are not on water side or airspace, you get 10 stars per turn and a 10-star bomb. If you are on water side or aerospace, you get 30 stars per turn and a 30-star bomb. This is on a 5-turn cooldown. This is a ridiculously strong crit skill on an arts unit. And yeah, Melusine gets a lot out of this. Third skill, it's Melusine, 80% battery, 30% MP damage, 2 attacks, 3 turns. Were you expecting something different on Melisande for her not to have a very big battery? 17.5% debuff resistance, 11% quick up, power crit damage against man attribute enemies up 12%. Skill reloading for Tamamo and would make a lot of sense. Just to have like very good uptime on this shit. Like especially if you're on water side or airspace, like this is free crit utility. Mana loading. Yeah. Start with this, and you go 0 to 100. Or you can just go instantly MP. MP. 5-hit AoE arts. Ramps up crit damage. Super effective against earth attribute. Ramps up attack. This is why she's a stupid good crit servant. The better your CE you give her and the higher her level, the more this actually does something. Your attack can only change through foes and leveling. So the bigger copy you have, the better this shows. The worse you give her, the worse this does. Unlike it like an arts buff, where it doesn't matter what team you're essentially in, it's essentially the same amount you're gonna get every turn out of it. The way this scales, and crit damage too, the better your base attack, the better this is gonna work. So again, keep that in mind. But yeah, in a vacuum, she's the best. Outside of the vacuum, you have Summer Ibuki, and Summer Ibuki's also Earth attribute. In my experience, wherever I can't use Summer Ibuki because she's a berserker, I would just bring Melisande, and that's kind of just how they work together. Melisande is just a better crit servant. She's tankier. Well, Summer Ibuki, if the enemy wants to try to protect themselves, she leaves them exposed. Bond CE, crit damage up 20% for the whole party, and if you're on water side or airspace, another 10%. I could have sworn her MP had water side effects, but I guess I'm thinking of someone else. Yep. Melisande EX. The Last Servant, Uesugi Kenshin. If you have ever used this servant, it doesn't even matter if you're fighting moon cancers. She is just gonna deprive the enemy of letting themselves have buffs. 1v1, Uesugi Kenshin is probably clapping most fights. If their buffs are not locked, she's ripping them off. And for characters like, say, Ku Alter, they're fucked so goddamn hard by this character. Even if you don't crit on her arts cards, they're stupid like for gains. They are really dumb. Her upstairs being as good as it is her big plus, and then her skills and her MP are also fucking cracked. And yeah, just like one quick thing here. Yeah, like in terms of single target arts, her competition is Summer Reese, and that's it. That is it. And Summer Reese is like super cracked. Like again, Australia 2. Oh, right. These two both in here. Honestly, this is probably one of the few times I'm actually going to keep these two, like, both in EX. Because they both kind of do deserve it. Like, again, I'm not counting Estrella at MP1, but her being permanent and a 4-star does have value for this. I do think these two are essentially the same. Uesugi Kenshin has a better kit, but she's just, like, generically good. So this is the exception for this. Yeah. So let's go back to talking about her. 11 point, basically 5k attack, 13.3k HP, definitely on the lower side here. MP charge 0.62%. Yeah, no, this is a fucking lie. You do this feels like way, way, way higher. Her gains are so dumb, like Dio Scurry level dumb, where you need her to be higher MP copies just to see where our MP gain from an arts card actually stops. Otherwise, it's just going to be 100, and it could stop at 101. It could go all the way to 200. You kind of don't know unless you have more than MP1. But again, this is talking about just MP1. I'm just saying that as an example that her refund is really, really high. 4 hits on quick, 4 hits on arts, 5 hit on buster, 5 hit extra attack. The extra attack would gen a little more gain than some of the other characters lately. Like Melisyn, definitely better gain from the extra attack, but not a crazy amount. First skill, 30% crit damage for 3 turns. Star weight for 3 turns, 500%, which is standard for rulers. 2 attacks, 3 turns, dodge. Second skill, 30% arts up, 50% battery, 15 stars per turn on a 6-turn cooldown. This, I don't understand why this is on a 6-turn. Like, okay, on the real, why is Caster Scotty's battery 50 and that's it, when this is a 50 battery and this is another skill? They slapped another skill on this fucking battery. This is 2 skills in one. Why do they keep gimping Caster Scotty so much? Third skill, targeted overcharge, 1 time 3 turns, 20% attack buff, 30% MP gain buff. If you want to use her in multicore, awesome. She works really well in there too. Even though it's just this 1 skill, this might be enough. She has a very similar kit to Estrella. It's just like, one's a 4-star. This is definitely a 5-star. Debuff res 17.5%. Riding A, quick up 10%. Divinity A for tickle. Buff removal resistance, insta-kill resistance, both 10%. Arts unit, you want this. Tamamo, you want this. Crit unit, you want this. She has alter ego, which it's neutral, but it's still better than most others. Like, rulers fight neutral half the time. This is not the worst defense for her to have. If you happen to bring her to fight alter egos, sure, bring it. Just depends. MP, 4 hit arts, single target, buff spam, removal spam, activates first. Super effective against man attribute, along with having an arts buff. The turn you MP, it's nutty. This shit goes nutty. So, with that, we have all of the rulers listed. I am probably going to take Uesugi Kenshin. Is this not just Kagetora, though? Kagetora is the Lancer. It's like Kagetora is the human one. Uesugi Kenshin is the God Slayer or Godly Warrior. Yeah, it's like, okay. Yeah, here is the Honkai comparison, because this is actually a really, really good Honkai comparison. This is the Herda. Lancer Kagetora is Herda. Like, that is the level of difference. One is just like a human warrior. This is like a divine empowered servant. Like, because I'm pretty sure Kagetora does not have divinity. No, they do, but I think it's weaker. Yeah, Divinity C versus Divinity A. Like this is the avatar of or this is God of War Uesugi Kagetora. All right. So yeah, gonna take a break. 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Do I want to take a break right now, though? No, I can't take a break because then I can't smoke. All right, never mind. Mental break? Mental break. All right, we're going to do something. In 20 minutes. Okay, yeah. I'll push through, and then we'll take a break and do storm pods on JP. All right. By the way, if you couldn't tell, I'm doing all this shit live. If you couldn't ever tell, so that's why I'm like talking to chat like this. My own mental health. All right. So rulers are done. Time for Avenger. Do I want to start with Avengers? No, I'll end on Moon Cancers and more specifically BB Dubai. Yeah, I'm gonna end all of this with BB Dubai. All right. So I already have Dante's placed. Let's talk about him. 12.6k base attack, 12k HP. He is extremely anemic. Also, he's drawn by the creator of Danganronpa. This version, Count of Monte Cristo, definitely different. MP charge 0.62. And yeah, also Avengers base stats. They have the same 1.1 that rulers have. That's why Avengers have the highest attack in the game, along with Berserkers. I believe they also have this too. Yeah. So the characters that have the highest attack in the game, they also get a class modifier that lets them do more damage. 4 hits on quick, 2 hits on arts, and this is a very bad arts card. It is horrendous. It is only saved by the fact that you're supposed to be critting on this card. 3 hit on Buster, 5 hit extra attack. For all Avengers, don't expect their extra attacks to gen stars. I really like quick Avengers, but star gen is definitely their main weakness as quick servants. Also, one of the first summer costumes out there. First skill, ignores invincibility for 1 turn, 50% attack buff, debuff resistance, 32% up. This can probably get buffed. I don't remember if Determination of Steel has been buffed. I feel like it has. Not for him. Charlotte, yes, Charlotte has this skill. And it also hasn't been buffed. Yeah, so good luck. No, we're good. Second skill has been buffed, and this buff was when Dante's came to Melty Blood, I believe. Yeah, so it was just MP gain up 50%, which is massive for quick servants. They eat this shit up. The buff gave him 30% MP gain, so he could start from 0 with Black Rail. And whenever he crits, he removes the latest buff on the enemy. If the enemy, so this is where like Invul Pierce, you kind of need it pretty badly, because if the enemy has a dodge or invul, you cannot crit, meaning you can't remove buffs, meaning he's not going to do any damage that turn. Just keep that in mind with this skill. You definitely need to be using this in combination with this, and don't just try to blow your load for the 50% attack. Dante's does not need that for farming, and it's not going to help that much besides hit overkill. Even then, Might not matter because he would refund so much. Third skill, guaranteed drain for one enemy, full cleanse, and 20 stars. Dante's definitely could use at least one more buff, but he doesn't need it. He's still very, very functional. The Avenger passive. Whenever Avengers take damage, they always get higher MP gain. At base, their charge is 5%. This at 20% brings it up to 6%, because 20% of 5 is 1. So 5 plus 1 is 6. Also, the debuff resistance down 10%. But this is a benefit for Karen, not a demerit. Again, just wanted to remind of that. Oblivion Correction, 8% crit damage. Magic Replenishment. This is another reason why Avengers as loop farmers always feel a little better, because if they loop just a little bit under, they have a little push at the end to like push them to their breakpoints. Oh, this always feels very good. You need this for farming. This not so much. This if you plan to do crit brave chains with him. NP 8-hit AoE quick. Inflicts evil curse. Reduces defense after damage and inflicts a baby curse afterwards. His MP, the effects are the worst part of his MP. Curse, evil curse doesn't really do much for him. Even if these last for 5 turns, this is a meme for him. Unless it enables power mods, which for him it doesn't, we have nothing to go on. Now, if he got power mod on one of these skills against curse enemies, that honestly would be very, very nice. Very similar to how his single target functions, but they're probably not going to do that. Bonsi, 15% quick while he's on the field. He is the best AoE quick looper, period. He has no enemies when it comes to extra class. Not for, yeah. Like, Karen has good damage. Her refund is way worse than his. Significantly worse. High hits on MPs really make the difference on quick. Jolter. Fan favorite. Although she could use a new costume for Samurai Remnant. But that I know that's also actually John the Arc, not Jolter. Alright. Base attack, 13.2k. HP, 11.761. Very high base attack, extremely low HP. You need to protect Jolter. I understand at the start of the game people didn't like her because she did damage herself and she already had low HP, but that is not an excuse anymore. We are long past the point in the game where 500 damage actually matters for your characters. It doesn't. You casually do that for farming. MP charge, 0.83%. 2 hit on arts cards, 3 hit on the quick card, 4 hit on buster, 7 hit extra attack. This extra attack will do a lot of damage and get you a lot of gain too. Like, again, she has one of the highest attacks in the game, so her again having an extra attack boosted with a pen 1, nasty work. Nasty work for neutral damage. First skill is the skill that... It's the skill that has the most likely chance of getting buffed, but also not, because it's her other skill is a charisma. First skill, 50% crit damage up for 3 turns and 800% star weight. She's not a berserker, so she doesn't need crazy 5,000, but 800 is still the bare minimum she needs. Second skill, This doesn't apply unless you're doing multi-core. At the very least, in terms of multi-core, Summer Ibuki is on here, though. So is Summer Medicine and Rasputin. Tiamat, I would not. Probably wouldn't be doing multi-core. But yeah, pair her with a dragon ally that's doing multi-core and better attack buff for them. Third skill, 50% buster buff for 1 turn, invul for 1 turn, 50% battery, 1,000 damage to yourself. Again, is what it is. You can heal this pretty well with command codes or even your own Mystic Code. Her Avenger passive is only 18% instead of 20, but it's a rounding issue at that point, not something to be concerned about. This for farming, but it also depends. Having skill reloading really doesn't do much, though. Yeah, because you're not going to want to pop for 150% battery on turn 2. So you're probably, like, and this is a 1-turn buff, not a 3-turn. So you're really not going to be wanting to pop this too quickly. Bonsi, 15% buster buff while she's on the field. So, luckily for Jolter, luckily for her, Abigail is not on this list because it would make comparing the two a lot harder. Thankfully for her, the single targets on this list, single target buster, non-existent. CL. Oh, okay. No, yeah, that does change things a lot. Okay, so no, it actually is good. If Abigail was on this list, it would hurt even more. Jolter is going to A. Her skills are a little too janky. Oh shit! I didn't even talk about her MP. Fuck, and I already placed it. Okay, real quick. 10 hit, single target, inflicts buff block for 1 time, gain 30 stars, inflicts curse. She has like good potential, but it really is like her kit does not flow that well together. That's her issue. It's cohesion of the kit. She has a lot of high points, but essentially right now they're buffing her like she's just a beat stick, and less about like buffs that make her like all her skills like flow together. Yeah, I would definitely like another buff, like another skill buff for her. Like something to up her damage even more. Because right now, like, more people are probably going to use Abigail instead of her for the same type of content. Now, if we're talking about boss fights, different, pretty much uncontested. If you're fighting a ruler boss, like, she fucks over rulers so hard. Yeah, like, can't understate how good this is. But, okay, like, like, in 1v1 fights, like, this does feel better. Because basically enemies have to use 2 actions to pop 1 buff. And then, like, if they attack, they only get to attack once. So this is survivability in of itself, even though Jolter isn't the most survivable or has the most survivability. But her not getting this has always frustrated so many people. Because when this came out, you weren't really doing multi-core like that. You weren't really farming like that. It was like you clear waves slowly. What's up, bro? Oh yeah, The summoning... Is that out already, or was that later? Yeah, that's out. Um... Um... Yeah, no, stay in A. Because unfortunately, the difference between U and CL is... there are not enough characters for every... If every character was graded on their own niche per class, we'd have way too many people in EX. And I already think we have too many people in EX. But that is what it is. Gorgon. This Medusa they have left in the fucking dirt. Even though the furries, no, it's not even just the furries. Scalies, aren't they called scalies? Yeah, even though this is really good scaly bait, Lasagna doesn't want to buff her. And again, even if you're not a scaly, this is still big boba Medusa. Medusa has so many fucking fans. I wouldn't be surprised if when they make Summer Medusa, it's gonna be like each ascension. It's gonna be all the Medusas except Lily. It's gonna be like teen, adult, and then mommy. Like they're gonna cram all three Medusas into one, or they'll take out Gorgon and make it child, teen, and then adult. That one really is up in the air. Because out of all Avengers, Gorgon is the one that makes a lot of sense. Base attack 10.7, very, very high for a 4-star. But she's like one of the few 4-star Avengers, so again, makes sense. MP charge 0.37%. This is not even an art servant. She has like the same refund as Tamamo on her arts cards, except she doesn't have like arts buffs. So good luck with that. Your supports are need to carry Gorgon pretty hard. 3 hits on the 2 buster cards, 5 hits on these extra attacks. Specifically, why I mentioned Tamamo is because the numbers are almost identical. 3 hit on quick card, 5 hit extra attack. They did buff her like in really, really weird ways too. For buster farming, you don't even want to be doing this shit. Like her, like trying to buster farm with Gorgon is just a fucking nightmare. First skill, 4 attacks, 2 turns of a 50% buster buff. Like it was monster strength, like just like Hintoki, but now this is like super awkward. It is set up though, so you can do MP Buster, and actually get the Brave Chain bonus. So like this 4 attacks, it really is just set up for your best Brave Chain. Preferably Buster Brave Chain, but you can't always control that. Second skill, 1-time 5-turn Guts on a 7-turn cooldown. They might buff this and bring it down to a 6. Or they might leave it there here at 7 and give another effect. Probably charge per turn. Charge per turn. Definitely charge per turn. Yeah, even though they put a battery on their MP, they're probably going to give her charge per turn eventually, if not a battery. Yeah, Guts 1-time 5 turns. Crit damage 50%. Third skill, Petrify. Just like Bound. This bypasses normal stun immunity. And the chance is 105%, so slightly higher. But to like fight off magic resist, but she doesn't really have anything to get it even higher. Avenger passive's at 18%, Oblivion Corrections 6%, and almost 4% gauge per turn. She's not a farmer. Skill reloading. You could do some cool shit with this. Yeah, no, skill reloading. Definitely, because it lets you double stack this if you shotgun her. Because she does not have a battery herself, you would actually be popping both of Vitch batteries on like turn 1 in like a CQ or boss fight. So yeah, if you actually happen to get Buster Brave Chain that turn, it's going to do so much fucking damage. And again, if you do it like that and you use Atlas, you can double stack this too, the crit damage, and just have like really, really high burst damage. Because double stacking 50% attack is definitely not nothing. That is a lot. But then it kind of turns Gorgon into a burst damage instead of like slightly sustained. MP, 3-hit AoE. Entire party gets 15 charge and a 1000 curse. This is the bad. They've given Gorgon like just some of the wonkiest buffs out there. Like she always had the charge return, and they just made it 15. They gave her a really shitty MP buff. Like a really, really shitty MP buff. Holy fuck. Yeah, Gorgon's going in Bonsi real quick. 15 Buster, 10% MP gen. Yeah, see. She can sit up there with Martha. All right. I need a break from the list. Unfortunately, I still can't smoke. But we are down to 18? 18. So, halfway. Yeah, so take a break to actually play games. So, unfortunately, now we have everyone's worst case scenario. You're summoning for a rate up Avenger. You see Gold Avenger, and it's Lobo. Is he that bad of a character? Nope. Lobo has gotten pretty solid lately. Base attack 10.6k, HP almost 10k. MP charge sitting healthy at 0.79, almost 0.8. Unfortunately, hit counts not great. These could be way better. Especially these arts cards, it is implying that Lobo's gonna crit, and Lobo probably is not gonna crit on arts cards. I mean, like, not unless you have like the star weight already. It's still gonna be a struggle because this is an Avenger. And lacking 2 Buster cards. Not a demerit, by the way. I'm not saying this character is worse just because it doesn't have double Buster. But yeah, star weight 12k for 1 turn. This is way more than an Avenger even needs, honestly. Like this is honestly a little excessive. 40% defense for 1 turn. And this would be awesome if just this was 3 turns, and then I would be fine with this skill, but 1 turn, meh. Second skill, 30% attack buff, power mod against man attribute enemies, 30%. Makes sense for Lobo. Third skill, reduce insta-kill res by 50% for 1 turn. Reduces attack by 30% and full buff strip. This is like pretty decent for single target, especially this buff strip. To have this on a DPS, it's just nice. However, in skill res, that is definitely a yikers. Because you only care about insta-kill if you're trying to do insta-kill stuff. It does not come up unless you're trying. Full Avenger passive here at 20%. 8% crit damage from Oblivion Correction. 3.5 gauge per turn. Also, no battery, so this just makes things easier, especially if you're using Bride. But you're not gonna do single core farming, so it really doesn't matter that much. For probably extra attack, honestly, skill reloading is there, but you're not likely to be using that much skill cooldown reduction. Not with Lobo. Okay. So, MP, 8 hit, single target, ignores evasion, ups crit damage 20% for 3 turns. This ramps up. And OC is the chance to overkill. So I will note that this plus this does equal the same insta-kill rate as Doman. So if you are insta-kill farming, you technically could use Lobo. However, their issue is definitely going to be getting to the MP. Luckily, they have 2 arts cards and 2 quicks, so that is more chances for gain. And in that Storm Pod node, it's 3-3-1, so Lobo does have 2 turns. But if you're trying to start Lobo off from 0, good luck. If you're giving him K-Scope, you're giving up bond points or QP, so just be aware about that. Insta-kill farming in general, you usually just want characters that already have the battery anyway, though. So until Lobo gets the battery, definitely shouldn't be using him for insta-kill farming. In terms of just like raw like crit potential, it's there, but it's not great because this is all Lobo has for offense besides the MP, and I guess setting up for crits. But like you don't need this skill for crits, and this just makes Lobo guaranteed. Like it just has utility there. Bonsi, quick up, party, MP gain up too. I do think he's definitely more put together than these two. Like, I'm not gonna try and cap and say like he's in the same league as these two. I think he's a solid B for a single target. Buff strip on a DPS cannot be understated how good that feels. It just sucks that like all it is an attack down, and something that isn't even gonna matter in CQs. But better to have buff strip on a skill that you don't need to pop than have buff strip on a skill that you absolutely need to pop for a character. Like putting buff strip on a battery is like one of the fucking stupidest things they can do. Like honestly, you usually do not need a battery and buff strip at the same time, which is why they usually don't put it together. If there is a character that has it together, I'm blanking right now, but it's just not good. It's not something you'd want to have together. All right, next, Mao Nobu. Okay, real quick, in terms of buster farming. Extremely fucking stiff competition. Oof. Okay. Here is the order of hierarchy, though. Because I'm going to do all 3 of these, like, all at once. Arkwid is the best overall. Because niche and damage and black rail. BB is probably, I think, the most consistent. Because no niche, she doesn't have to worry about it. Mao Nobu has the highest highs. I think even because I know this isn't fully accurate. Mao Nobu 312. Yeah. I believe I'm pretty sure BB hits harder, in general, but if Mao Nobu gets niches, it's over. So 12.6k base attack, again normal standard for Avengers. 11.7k HP, again Avengers tend to be anemic, try to protect them. MP charge 0.49%. We really don't care about Nobu for this, because most of the time you're just clicking red. 4 hits on quick, 4 hits on art, 6 hits on Buster, 5 hit extra attack. Don't expect miracles coming from refund on this. Don't is gonna do damage. That's about it. Some gain, a little bit of stars, but that's about it. First skill, attack buff that scales every turn for 3 turns. So the first turn, it is a 10%, 20% attack buff. Second turn, 30%. Or, wait. Why did they get rid of this? They used to explain this better. Okay. Yeah, so first turn, 20%. Second turn, wait. Yeah, I don't know why they got rid of the scaling for this. It really did help. Where is the 70? I fucking hate that they changed that. I hate that they changed how that works. Or how they showed it. So fucking stupid. Anyway, basically this goes up to like 70% attack in turn 3. But when you double stack it, it's 70 plus 50, so 220 percent attack. It's basically how it is. Oh wait. Oh wait, that just shows how much more you get per turn. Okay, no, I get how this starts the appearance of. It starts off at 30 and you get 20% extra turn. 20% every turn after. So yeah, I just hate how they show this now. I think the way they showed it earlier was just better. This is definitely going to confuse people because I see 20% here and they think the attack buff is 20%, but this is how much it increases by. So yeah. Usually I like this site, but this is that's not fun. Also puts a burn that's unstackable, 1,000 damage per turn, 3 turns. Yep. Second skill, Invul for 1 turn, buff removal resistance for 1 turn, power mod against sky attribute enemies on burning battlefield. You make the burning battlefield with first skill, so just never pop second skill before you pop first skill. Third skill, 10 stars per turn, 30% battery, buster buff on burning battlefield, 30% for 3 turns. And it's a 30 battery. So yeah, Mao Nobu, just generic buster farmer. But this one ramps up so much goddamn attack buffs that I know I was saying like Summer Mellison, if you level her up, her attack buff will just scale better. As you keep MPing. This is 120% at max ramp up for turn 3 and buster farming. So for any other servants, I don't think they ramp up nearly as high as Mao Nobu. So if you were to like 120 Mao Nobu, you're really gonna see the difference in this. You will see the difference in 120% attack. For 12,000 versus like 16,000. Yeah, you're not going to be using Black Rail, so that's part of the issue. If you could, Mao Nobu fucking monstrous. Yeah, so like CQs where you can use Black Rail, disgusting damage. Like probably out damages BB and Arquid, but you can't do that in farming. Avenger passive 17.5%, and same with the debuff resistance at 7.5. 2% crit damage, 3% per turn. You need mana loading. If you want to really do some cool shit, unlock third skill. It lets you pop the power mod on turn 2. This doesn't change. Actually, okay. No. Not if you're starting from 0, because you're not going to want to... I don't know. Like, if you're just, like, popping Vitch batteries to get the train running, like, you could actually double pop this and get up to 140%. It's just, like, an actual waste of charge. You need to, like, actually be focusing on refund, or you're getting hit a lot, which, yeah. Yeah, that's just something you cannot plan for. Like, it has to be, like, RNG. So, I mean, it is what it is. You can get away with it. Just be aware. Like, I mean, any DPS can use Black Rail. It's just, like, the farming methods are what works. Anti-alter ego. There are a lot that are actually, that line up for Nobu. So, Nobu. If Nobu fights Divinity, you remove all their buffs. Oof. And then you have super effective mod to hit them. And a good portion of Sky attribute enemies have Divinity. Like Divinity, probably one of the most common traits in this game. This is just a lot of servants. And the only ones you can't bring her, Mao Nobu, to fight is these 4 Moon Cancers. Everyone else, she's going to either hit them neutral or worse. For them, not for you. So yeah, this is two niches that overlap. These are 2 niches that like go like this in a Venn diagram. No, it's like these are 2 circles, and it's like it's not like you can barely tell the difference between some of the circles. It's like there's more servants. There's more servants that have Sky attribute or less servants that have Sky attribute that aren't divine than are, if I'm not mistaken. Like Sky attribute is usually a divine servant if you have that attribute. Bonsi, 15% buster, 20% MP damage for the party. Mao Nobu is getting a plus. Not EX, and it's mostly because no Black Rail. That fucking sucks. And it's also because 30 battery is just less flexible. And also if you do not hit niche, you don't hit niche. Like it's just gonna be a drop of damage. Arquid has super effective and can run Black Rail. It's just kind of how that went. Yeah, again, I don't know like the Summer Chloe stuff, but right now we're not doing tests with Summer Chloe. Like they're mostly proof of concept, and a 30% battery is trying to get them to farm with Summer Chloe just isn't going to be fun. All right. Spishtar. Jack of all trades, master of none. This character, when I started playing the game, was told, "Oh yeah, this is the best character. Just run her and double Castoria next year, and you don't have to worry about anything. You could literally do everything in the game." And for the longest time, that actually was true. It took, I think it was, yeah, no, on NA, it took 3 years before my Spacious Star like fully got crept on for Summer Ibuki. Like Spacious Star for the longest time was just so good that it really didn't matter. And then she also could do any kind of farming you needed her to do, because she could swap between Arts and Buster. So even if you did not have Castoria, say you didn't get Vitch, no, say you didn't get Castoria, but you had Vitch and you had Spacious Star. Well, now Spacious Star can do like not Black Rail farming, but she could do like actual farming. Can she do Black Rail farming now? I haven't checked, probably on Buster, but I'm pretty sure that still involves Summer Chloe, so probably not. All right. Base stack 12.6k, normal point for Avengers, HP 13k, still on the lower side, but Avenger. MP charge 0.69, nice. Goes well with the Arts MP, but her Arts cards are not great. And she's Avenger without crit, so really good luck. You're going to need the Arts Brave Chain to fully refund if you don't have extra battery. But most of the time is Arts. She usually doesn't loop lower than 70 anyway. And then for Buster, you don't care about refund. First skill, 20% attack for herself. Everyone else in the party gets 30%, and everyone gets charm immunity except herself. Cute, but a little weird. But at the same time, Spacious Star is anti-space electrical, so that was a cute little thing. Second skill, 20% MP damage, 1 time 3 turns. Invul, 1 attack 3 turns. And she swaps her card type between Quick, Arts, and Buster. Not gonna lie, these two effects, it's like whatever. It's like this is all you care about for this skill. And again, whether you do Arts, Quick, or Buster, up to you. People might choose Quick because it has higher damage scaling, but Spacious Star is not really known to be like the best quick looper. I could have sworn I heard people talking about using her like since Cosmos Drop got released, but I can't confirm or deny that. Third skill, 50% battery, and then a chance to get a card buff of 20% for 3 turns. This is 3 different rolls. It's annoying because this does affect refund. If you don't get your Arts buff or your Buster buff, you're going to feel the difference. Good thing about the Buster farming, though, is that you can double pop this, but you have a chance of getting 40% Buster up for your Buster farming or 0. Take your pick on that one. It sucks when this does not, when you don't get this to proc. Magic Resist C, 15% debuff resistance. Independent Action C, 6% crit damage. More debuff resistance, so her base is 42%. Avenger passive at EX, so 22% for this, and 12% debuff res down for the party. 10% more crit damage, and 3.5% gauge per turn. Farming, you want this. More cool shit, you want this. And for Space Arash, you definitely want this. But I'm just looking at this now, and this is a different buff than what Pretender has. And I did always know this, that Space's Char, it was only damage, but now they're actually showing that this is damage. And not like clearly, like they made the extra attack card buff look very different from this. So yeah, your extra attack increases by 100% for this this turn, this looks like a power mod. So like double damage on your extra attack essentially. If you have this unlocked, so much stupid damage for an extra attack. Stupid damage. And she has MP damage ramp up. Same as Moriarty. Do I think she's better than Moriarty though? Yes, I do. She is far less complicated than Moriarty. You turn your fucking brain off with Space Ishtar. And that's why she's in A, because she's fucking easy as shit to use. Moriarty is definitely harder to use and has worse refund. But her damage has definitely not gone up in recent times, because partially it is because she doesn't have super effective mods. Other thing is her MP damage, you can't carry that. Technically you can, honestly, because her base is arts. You technically, for arts farming, you don't need to pop this until turn 3. Yeah, I should have said that earlier. But yeah, Space Rush, she doesn't do good crit damage, and she's encouraging an extra attack. For arts, that is asking for a lot. You're giving up your supports getting charged for just more damage, when if you break bar, you don't need more damage. Tyra. In terms of solo units, Tyra, she plays nice, but like not as much as you really want. For a solo unit like her, she is both like an actual DPS and then a solo unit too. If you have mana loading, you can use her in lottos, and anytime you see Kentoki or Raiko, it's literally a free run. It is it is a free kill on them. Those two specifically just get so fucked by Tyra because of like her ridiculous power mods. Not power mods, her ridiculous power mod. So yeah, let's get to it. Yoshitsune, or like Black Crow, Yoshitsune. Base attack 12.7, HP 12.1. Makes sense. Although for Tyra, no, you would want lower HP. MP charge 0.81%. Not the best, but if she's solo, again, she's gonna be spamming Brave Chains, and she's a quick unit, so stars, little bit of an issue. Definitely less of one if you're just spamming Mighty Chains, but it's still something you kind of have to look out for if Tyra's like full solo. First skill, 200% power mod against Genji. This is literally an event CE, an event damage CE at MOB. That is how much power mod you are getting from this, from Genji. Now, Genji is a very, very small list, but these two are commonly seen in Lotto nodes. I feel like I see Kentoki and Raiko a lot more often than I should. I'm not going to blame it. It makes an easy clear. Berserkers are just nice to beat up on. 100% crit damage for 3 turns. Disgusting. This against Genji, they add into each other, so it's 300% essentially crit damage against Genji. 30% battery and star weight for the party, except for herself. If you're running with high star weight characters like a Rider, this isn't gonna do shit. Just pointing that out. Second skill, Kagekiyo never dies. Her entire gimmick, her guts procs, she is going to hit you harder every time, and she's gonna stack up how many guts she has. These thirsts for vengeance last for 10 turns. If you're able to stall out a crazy amount of time, this gets more and more devastating. You can only get a certain amount of this though per fight. You're going to need some kind of cooldown reduction. So at most, you're probably ever gonna have like 2 or 3 of these up, if even that. But that's still super effective. What the fuck? Oh, that's why. Okay. I'm out here tripping. I'm like, wait, what the fuck? Okay, there we go. So, yeah, you need this. And this is for more fun and also to enable her guts. Passives, again, EX Avenger, 22%. Crit damage, 6%, 3% gauge per turn flat. Yeah, I'm jumping around, sorry. 2 attacks, 3 turns for third skill, 30% attack, and inflicts the enemy with curse, 500 for 3 turns. So because Tyra has this super effective, again, it even says here, max is 4. It lasts for 10 turns for a reason. Yeah, like, Tyra, if they can have multiple guts, is disgusting. Like, this on guts activate lasts for 3 turns. It does not go away when your guts procs. It stays on you. If you can give Tyra more guts, you can stack this up a lot quicker. Instead of just relying on Tyra. However, you double stack it and you go down once, you get 2 procs of it. So just something to note on there. This plus Atlas means you double stack this. It's stackable with other guts, but it's not stackable with itself. So MP, 10 hit single target, removes enemy buffs before damage. Now, we talked about Amakusa, and we talked about Usuki Kenshin, about having this. Tyra can spam the MP, but let's not even pretend Tyra can spam MP as much as Usuki Kenshin. Can't. In instances where you're spamming MP a lot, you're not getting Thirst for Vengeance either. It usually is one or the other. It's either you have very good MP uptime or you have very good MP damage. It usually isn't both unless you're getting like really good crits. But Tyra keeps getting like downed pretty quickly. Curse is 1,000, but it's still not something you really need to focus on. Bond CE, 30% MP damage. Guts, 1 time, revives with 20% HP. We know we're going to get Grand Servants and that you can use this on Tyra. It's just that for me, this isn't... No, actually for Tyra, this is fine. Usually with Guts, you want to get closer to max HP. Not with Tyra, because you want to keep getting the Guts procced. Like, similar to Herc, how Herc wants to get... The more his Guts gets procs, the more damage he does. But his is Buster Crit. Tyra is MP damage. But by getting hit, Tyra gets more gain. So even though this Guts is low, and it's only 1 Guts, this still does make Tyra a little faster. I do like Tyra solos more than like Kishuong. This one is definitely biased. Like these two, you technically can swap around. It's just like Tyra is like actual direct damage. But and the way to mitigate like getting dying to an MP is just tank the MP and hit them way harder than you hit them. Kishi Wong is the enemy is not gonna fucking touch me, and I'm just gonna like carve chunks out of them. Yeah. So if you want to swap that one around, I understand. But yeah, that's how I feel about it. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Comma Avenger. This is solely because of lack of buffs on her. Ooh, wait. Okay, hold up. Summer Comma versus Space Ishtar. Okay. They're not going to be fighting for B. I'm putting that out there. I do not think Summer Comma is like that unfunctional. Yeah, actually, I don't think one is better than the other. They both need work. So this Ascension is a mistake for me to look at. I don't like petite. Big boba. I have to see enough children at work. I don't need to see kids like that in a gacha game. So Summer Comma, I really like, especially the design of her MP, and how she functions. She works really well for CQs for an AOE arts. She works really well, but in practice, there just aren't enough supports for her to make her shine. Or at least there weren't. There is an actual support for her now in Phantom of the Opera. You can run him as a charm support for Summer Comma, and actually make her be able to get her super effective mod off more than once per run. Wouldn't do it in farming, probably. Yeah, no, because that's what's gonna up her damage more, Oberon or super effective. And yeah, that's something I'd have to like calc for, but I'm pretty sure it is Oberon. 13.2k attack, good. HP, really anemic. Like, usually they're around 12. She's almost at 11.5. MP charge 0.52%. 3-hit arts cards, 4-hit quick cards, 3-hit buster, 5-hit extra attack. Again, don't expect miracles. This is not going to get you a lot of MP gain back, but it's still better. It's more consistent refund because it's sure MP is 4 hits instead of 3. First skill, 30% arts buff for 3 turns, along with a 2 attack, 3 turn dodge. Second skill is my biggest point of contention for Summer Comma. I hate that the MP damage for her farming is tied to her fucking charm. It's AoE like 100%, and like, okay, here's the thing. You'd want to pop this turn 1, but you can't, otherwise you're forsaking like you're super effective. But at the same time, you're also giving up MP damage, which might make farming through the earlier waves a little harder, just because you're not getting enough overkill. And this MP damage might make the difference. So I hate this, but if you run her with a charm support that can just charm on wave 3, or not necessarily wave 3, just like when you need to in a CQ, even, you just plug them in. This feels better, but at current moment, I hate the feeling of this, that you actively have to choose between weaker turn 1 and 2 damage or big damage on turn 3. Like, doing it like this is just infuriating. I would much rather they tie the MP damage to just something else. But Summer Kama kind of doesn't have the room for that. Third skill, 50% battery on attack buff. So when you normal attack, you are increasing the power mod against your enemy. So she has super effective, and she has up to 100% power mod for all enemies that have this debuff. It's max 10. You literally have to brave chain. You have to get one brave chain and one actual brave chain with cards, and then you'd have to do 2 brave chains that involve the MP to be able to get the full stack of this, and you'd only get that for 1 turn anyway. But for that last extra attack, it will hit very, very hard. But the way this works is you can face guard before your MP to do more damage. So also keep that in mind, that you do not have to do this at the end of your carding. This is one of the cases where if you have you might not want to do it for a mighty chain, but if you do a mighty chain, and you might want to do Buster Arts quick, if you think it's gonna help you break bar. If not, just put it after the MP like normal, and get a better crit out of it, I guess. Passive skills, 20% debuff res, 10% quick, MP gen when taking hits, 18%, Oblivion Correction, 8% crit damage, almost 4% per turn, Beast passive, 2% crit damage, insta-kill res, mental debuff resistance. This is almost never going to actually stop anything. And then charm res. This for farming, this for Tomo, and again, not the biggest fan of this MP for how her kit functions. You have to pick between farming damage and MP damage, and the farming damage is also MP damage, so it is annoying, and normal effect is defense down. She has a lower floor than Space Ishtar, but a much higher ceiling, because not only does she have power mod, she also has super effective. So where Space Ishtar is going to hit a damage ceiling, Summer Kama just isn't going to have that. But she does not have ramp up, so that's the caveat. All right. 7, but I want to stand up. So be back in a second. Next up, Summer Reese. Okay, so I know this is going to piss people off. I know putting Summer Reese in A+ and not EX going to piss people off. But the reason I'm doing this is because if you are not fighting a servant and the enemy is debuff immune, Reese gets really stuck, especially the debuff immune part. The non-servant, it is what it is. But if you're this is such a debuff heavy character that if none of them land, her damage is piss poor. Or no, not even piss poor. Her damage is still good, even if her niches don't land. This still is no, wait. No, I'm pretty sure this is her base damage. But again, she is so heavily reliant on who exactly she's fighting that her normal floor is pretty high, but debuff immunity is becoming much more common. And also you have debuff resistance. So I am a little hesitant when a character is this inhibited by debuff immunity, to rank them a little higher versus a character that they're going to hit the enemy regardless, right? Also, all she is really is damage in comparison, and I know I have that for Luvia, but it's she's also refund. She has problems getting back to her MP because of crits. It's her battery is getting hit, not her cards even that much. So, Summer Reese, still a super good servant, even with me talking shit about her like that. She is just super solid. If you don't have to worry about debuff immunity, you are good to go. And especially for Lost Belt 7, this character is the fucking goat for clapping the shit out of people. 10.3k base attack, HP 9.8k. MP charge 0.53%. And hit counts 4 hits on quick, 3 hits on arts, 2 hits on buster, 5 hit extra attack. I do like her deck. Would having 2 buster cards help a little bit? Considering she cares more about MP spamming than face cards, I would prefer the double arts, double quick. Like not every servant needs to be doing good crit damage. Like it's fine if they MP spam if their MP spam damage is this good. First skill, pretty much the same skill as Summer Kama, 30% arts up to attack 3-turn dodge. Second skill, inflict curse on all enemies, and then she taunts herself for 1 turn, and then she gives herself a defense debuff. Every time she gets hit, she's inflicting 10% defense down on the enemy. So in addition to getting extra charge from getting hit, she is also going to make them weaker so that when she MPs, she hits them very, very hard. And because of how this skill works, you can easily get up to like 50% defense down from this alone by turn 3, if not even higher. It really just depends on if the enemy is hitting you a lot or they're not hitting you at all. Third skill. Insta-kill success rate up 120%. Crit damage up 35%. Power mod against servants 35%. This is a big insta-kill success rate buff. What's her base number? Oh. Yeah, so her base chance is 80, and this is a 120% success rate up. God damn. Yeah, no, I forgot she was actually like really, really good at insta-kill farming. And the fact that this part is 3 turns, it's nasty if you're doing some kind of insta-kill farming that has multiple waves of some like the one enemy is able to be insta-killed. Like a 1-3-1. No, it wouldn't be 1-3-1. 1-3-2, and like in the 2, there's one enemy that's like super high health. Yeah, no, that's not even insta-kill. Yeah, in farming, this isn't gonna matter. Besides just giving you more leeway when you pop buffs to actually do the insta-kill. You're very unlikely to ever need like 2 instances of insta-kill against a single target enemy in a single wave. It's not likely. It's got to be like a 1-1-3 or something of like insta-kill, and Aris has to get back to her MP after that first one too. Passives, Avenger passive is at 16%. Crit damage is 6%. Gauge return is 4.2% per turn. Quick up 7%. Crit damage 8%. And light divinity tickle. Definitely get mana loading for ease of use. This for Tomo. Yeah, it is strictly for Tomo. Anti-Lancer. And MP. Damage to one enemy, super effective against Curse. Chance to insta-kill him, and then arts up 10% up to 30. Arts up is barely noticeable. I kind of don't even care about it half the time. But yeah, as long as the enemy has a curse on them, you do a lot of damage. Unfortunately, her MP does not put curse on the enemy, so if this doesn't land, your curse, the super effective mod, doesn't work. If the defense down doesn't work, you don't do more damage. Power mod again for the entire party against enemies with curse. So basically the CE Jacques de Molay has. I wish I could make this character and put them in EX, but again, this is also MP1 Summer Aris. I can promise you I've never used an MP1 summary race. I can promise you I've never used an MP1 summary race. So my ideas about her are so incredibly biased, it's not even fucking funny. I'm pretty sure the bare minimum for Summer Reese I've used is MP3. And maximum is like MP5 plus. So I'm trying to put my bias in check on this. I really like this character. In most fights, she is like you're gonna get more damage than either of these two. But she also might die pretty quickly from getting hit too much if you're not protecting her. So that is something you also have to look out for. 6 more. Nito Alter. If you're trying to use her for insta-kill farming, it doesn't work. Her base chance is just too low. If I'm not mistaken, yeah. She has 2 chances to do it. But for insta-kill farming, this is not... You would have one of this switched. Insta-kill all enemies, and then insta-kill evil alignment. Even though, like, this is... The enemies that would have evil alignment have a higher chance to... Or have a lower chance to get insta-kill, so you would want a higher chance. It still stops her from actually doing, like, insta-kill farming by having this 100% only for evil alignment. Most enemies, oh, wait. Oh, right. Okay, so every enemy has attributes. Not every enemy has, like, has alignments. It's like, we're used to, like, characters having, like, 2 alignments. Most of these enemies, like, right here, most of them only have, like, the one alignment. Again, this is something, like, you kind of have to be aware of. Like, not every... Is, like... And some enemies don't have alignments either. Some of them don't have alignments. So this is definitely a case-by-case basis on, like... Honestly, this is a little better that there are trash mobs that have this, but for you to have to, like, actively know which ones is going to be, like, annoying. But yeah, back up top. 12.6k attack for, like, normal Avenger, 5-star Avengers. We're all around here, I guess. 12.2k HP. MP charge 0.37%, which is a problem for a farmer. She is very, very heavily weighted towards your supports giving her what she needs to farm. Not so much farming on her own merit. Big battery, and then all her supports just give her a shitload of charge. 4 hits on arts cards, but again, lower gain. Not even lower gain, not just lower gain, also lower hits. Because we saw someone with triple arts. I think it was Moriarty that had like 5 hits or something. This is matching Moriarty. Is this matching him? Yeah, no, the same refund that Moriarty would have on his arts cards. So they're not gonna be super good. She's mostly MP spam. First skill, 30% arts, 30% buster, 6k heal on a 3-turn 2k heal every turn for 3 turns on a 6-turn cooldown. So solid first skill. Second skill, 50% battery, grants the party good alignment for 1 turn, increases buff success rate up 1 turn, and puts evil alignment on the enemies and reduces their buff success rate for a turn. So technically, she is an IP buffer, Imperial Privilege, but not a good one. It's like this is literally if you do not have anything else. Also, a little good a little synergy. I do believe Needle Chris Alter is like the only character that can turn people good. Um, but I don't think we really have like good buffers. Okay. So far, it's if the enemy has good. Um, something right here for Hans. Buffer removal resistance for Arkwood, but you probably aren't using Arkwood, but with Alter. John, you get the attack buff, but again, probably not using with Needle Alter. Um, if your ally has lawful, Needle Alter can set up for Gilles de Rais Saber to help buff. Damn. Did I ever go back and like fix him? Because he's not unusable now. He's just super niche. No, I don't think I've gone through low stars in a while. Yeah, no, there is not that much synergy with turning your allies good. Oh, uh-oh. Third skill, 20% arts for the party, and 60% chance for all these for allies with good alignment, which is why she makes your allies good. You're supposed to pop this battery, and then you're popping this almost immediately after. So dodge, 1 attack 3 turns, debuff immunity 1 time 3 turns, and insta kill immunity 1 time 3 turns. 2% buster up, 15% extra MP gain when hit, 10% crit damage, 3.5% gain per turn, and divinity. So her battery situation is really, really fucking weird, just like everyone with 100% battery. If you are popping her second skill on turn 1, this does absolutely fucking nothing unless this skill is not maxed out, which might come up. So like if you don't have this skill maxed out, you will need mana loading. If you do, you don't need it. And even then, you still need to hit at least level 7, if not level 9 at minimum. But again, you're probably going to want skill reloading. I would say even anti-caster for Needle Alter, just specifically because it makes getting overkill on casters easier, and more overkill on casters is a lot more refund. MP 4-hit AoE. We already talked about this. Damage to all enemies. Super effective against man attribute. Chance to insta-kill 50%. This is so low that I wouldn't even... It's hard to bank on this, and you cannot use this for actual insta-kill farming in storm pods. This chance is just too fucking low. This character actually needs like insta-kill success up somehow. Don't know what skill they're gonna buff, or they buff the MP. But yeah, this is two, and again, this is 2 separate chances. But you only get the second chance if they're evil. MP damage lasts for 1 turn, but activates 4 damage. Bonsi, she's gonna get this when she gets her one of her skills buffs. She's gonna get insta kill success rate. I don't see how they can't how they won't do that. Arts up to they have to do that. That's what she needs. Like, how is she not even going to be able to do any kind of in-skill? I don't even care if they make her, like, super cracked at in-skill farming. Like, it's fucking Needle Alter, like, Nido Chris Anubis. Why the fuck is she not able to just breathe on people and inflict death on them? Breathe on the fucking wicked. Anyway, you need to alter. Are these all? Are they all the same though? Are they actually all the same? Because I don't know how I feel about like putting her in like A2. Yeah. We're gonna do Maria alter like right now. We're gonna skip Chloe and Ushi and go right to Maria alter. Yeah. I don't think I'm gonna do the testing for these two, um, like right after. So Marie Alter, she came with id, and also I found this like really funny that this ascension looks very much same vein as Black Swan from Honkai. They came out like pretty much around the same time, um, and she also just looks like Black Rail. And then Big Boba, Marie Antoinette, I like, but I'm no Kita Sean. I don't sim for Marie that much. Uh, okay, 12.7k attack, so slightly higher than the last few Avengers. HP 12.1k, MP charge 0.4%. I'm definitely gonna have to relook at this and not put her up against casters. Today, like any refund stuff, we're gonna have to do it against sabers because doing it against casters is just too misleading. 4 hits on quick, 4 hits on art, 4 hits on buster, 5 hit extra attack. First skill, 30% battery, 20 gauge per turn. Probably why, yeah. That's probably why this is so low. She just gets 20 per turn. And when she gets hit, she gets another 10%. Yeah, CQs, curse spam. Yeah. Second skill, 5,000 curse damage to all enemies for 3 turns, power mod against curse, and 30% arts buff. I actually don't even remember if I ever released the Marie Alter video because I think that might have just gotten lost, just because of how I was feeling at that time of the year. Yeah, no, I don't even remember if I actually didn't make a video about her. But this is a ridiculous curse. Like this being amped in general is just looks gross. Along with getting the power mod, oof. Third skill, it's the Marie protection skill. 3 attacks, 3 turns, invul, guts for the entire party, except herself 1 time 3 turns, and a 3k heal for the party. A little sucks that she doesn't get it, but it is what it is. 17% MP gain when she gets hit, 6% crit damage, 3.6% per turn. Farming purposes, get this, and sure. It doesn't matter that much, but better cooldowns for Tomos, better cooldowns. MP. Inflicts curse 1,000 to all enemies for 5 turns. Inflicts evil curse for 5 turns. Like both of these activate first, so her power mod will come into play. But the thing you care about is this curse amp because every turn MP you're gonna double the original value. Damage to all enemies. Guaranteed drain chance to in skill, but this is actually an even bigger chance than what Needle Alter has. So again, why the fuck does Marie Antoinette have a better insta kill chance than Needle Alter? Don't don't fucking understand some of this game design. And 20% MP damage for 1 turn. MP damage up 10%. Party power mod against curse 15%. So I need to see what her refund numbers look like before I place her. I'm kind of traumatized at this point from caster Marie that as an art servant somehow managed to loop worse than her quick version when she was only giving the quick version only got Castoria buffs. So I feel like it was okay, but I can't confirm that at this current point in time. So light break, and then we get back to finishing Avengers. Okay, so her refund is fine. 333 against Sabers. Like, again, this is low enemies, but I'm doing the extreme node, so it's like a more realistic reason you'd actually be using Marie. Yeah, double pop Castoria's MP. Single target 245,000. All right. Yeah, her refund is a lot better than I thought it would be. It's surprisingly good refund actually. Yeah, like I had plenty of excess charge. I didn't even need to pop, but that just makes it easier. So let's do Nito now. Hmm. Hmm. Okay, so what I'm seeing is that Nito Alter hits a lot harder. Like significantly harder. Yeah. Maria Alter loops better. Nito Chris hits harder. So for that reason, I'm gonna put Nito. Oh, not there. She goes here, and Marie. I don't know if I can actually put her in A. Her refund is super solid. Like that was 100%. Like most of the time. Yeah, no, put her here because out of all three of these, she probably had the best refund. If I had to just do a quick, yeah, like real quick. Just do Space Rush real, Spishar real quick. Eh. Okay, so you're definitely guaranteed at least 1 MP. Yeah, she did less damage, but I also only popped 1 cast story MP, but it's still harder. Yeah, right now this is all a bunch of situational stuff, and these are very low health enemies, so they're pretty much getting max overkill. But this still is a practical example of like where you would actually use these AoE arts Avengers. So yeah, no, I'm not gonna put her lower. Like all pretty much all of them are just gonna go in the same place. Yeah, all 4 of them, they're essentially the same. Pick whatever flavor you want, but Melisson just functionally has a better kit than these 4. That cannot be. Yeah, like that. Like, don't even pretend that they have better kits than Melisson. Like, all right. So, four more. Chloe. Niche. Because you don't use her for single target, and this is another case where Bond CE makes a huge difference for farming teams, but again, party cost for those teams are astronomically high. If you're Bond farming, running a Summer Chloe Buster farming team, so double Vitch Oberon, whoever's in that party is who you're Bond farming. There is no one in the back line. That is 5 characters right there. Maybe you have a 1 star or you don't have anyone else in the party. That's how intense the party cost goes. But being able to use Black Rail for units that usually can't touch it can't understate how much more damage you pump out for characters that are not meant to use Black Rail, like Cuckoo. Being able to use Black Rail. So let's go Summer Chloe. 9.8k attack, and for this, let's not show her other ascensions. So let's keep her. Let's keep Chloe like that. 10.6k HP. I will point out she has the same VA as Tomomo, but she went a little too hard on this, and she sounds a little too Tomomo-ish, but I think that's the point. MP charge 0.71%. Again, half the time you're not using her as the main DPS, but again, she can do it. It's just not how most people use her. 5 hits on quick, 3 hits on arts, 3 hits on buster, 5 hit extra attack, and something to note: living human, animal characteristics. She gets 2 different 20% bond CEs that you can use to bond farm her really quick. First skill, 20% attack. On attack buff, every time you hit an enemy with an attack, you get stacks for every enemy you hit. If you use an AoE MP, you get 3 stacks for 1 tick of this. When Kuro does a quick card, she ups her own crit damage up 10%. This is pretty small, but it's just something that's there. Second skill, targeted guts, and then she does the Miss Crane. She dips the fuck out of the party. You do not need to target her with the guts. She puts on whoever, and then she pieces out. This is why she's able to be used in farming, and she's better than Miss Crane for buster farming. Third skill, 20% MP damage. And then for every stack of this manuscript someone has, they get a 10% battery. Through Summer Chloe, characters that are not able to normally Buster Farm now have an easy, if they're AoE, they now have an easy 30% battery. You have to do so much. You have to jump through so many hoops for this, though. It's not even funny. And also how that works, that timing. You are not going to want to do Oberon. Because of just like battery situation. Oberon is going to be out in front if you are using Summer Chloe. So you're going to bring a Vitch, and then you swap the Vitch out for Chloe. And then when Chloe dips, you bring out another Vitch. However, yeah, like for Black Rail looping, though, you need her Bond CE. Which is the other reason I am putting her here. If you don't have her Bond CE, part of the uses people use her for are gone. It's like a different reason why everyone needs Herc at Bond Ted. Alright. Alright, keep going through the passives, and I think after this I'm just gonna take a break and finish this list tomorrow. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, no, just finish this tomorrow. This is definitely running a little too late. Oh well. Avenger passive, 16% when she takes extra hits. But she's, again, unless you're doing some sustained stuff for like Storm Pods, you're probably not getting hit with Chloe. 8% crit damage, 3.5% gain per turn, more crit damage. So a total of 15.8, almost 16, just from the passives. These kind of don't matter. Chloe is only out just to dip out. Like, pretty quickly. MP, 9 hit single target. Damage to one enemy. The more manuscripts you have, the more damage this MP does. But again, most people use Chloe for farming, so you're not really building up too many of this. Yeah, and Chloe can't really build this up that much herself unless you're bringing 2. Bonsi, 30% MP damage, and when she comes into the field, she puts a manuscript buff 1 on each ally. So this is just a little 10% that you can start the fight off with, and it makes Black Rail looping possible for 5 stars that have 50 batteries. So, you only need MP1, but for her, like, you can, and also you can do farming with double Chloe. The damage just isn't great, but you can do it if you just need, like, bond farm shit that for characters that normally can't farm. But yeah, she's going in extremely niche. So, it is like too late in the day. It is almost 5 o'clock, and I've been live for 7 hours. I'm gonna take a break here and continue this tomorrow, probably early in the morning, because we only have 9 characters left, 2 Avengers, and then the Moon Cancers. Yeah. So gonna stop the recording here and come back later. All right. So went to bed, played other games, enjoyed myself yesterday. Time to get back to the list. We are gonna do Shufu, Ushigozen, and then finish Avengers with the Count of Monte Cristo. And then we have Moon Cancers, and it's only gonna be a couple. So 3 Avengers, Moon Cancers, then we're done for this. So, and if I have to leave mid-recording, is what it is. I'll just start this back up when I come back later. So, Shufu Avenger. Right now, she is my insta-kill farmer. Just because. On my main account. Like, she needs to get to a certain bond level. I'm just going to use her for insta-kill farming. Her kit actually does work pretty damn well for it. If you're using the insta-kill CE, I believe having Shufu maxed out, you only need to get... I think it's like 10 or 20% gauge through cards, and then she can just insta-kill the final wave. So like getting 20% in 2 turns, not the hardest thing, but it does make it a little harder. Or it does rely on RNG. Yeah, sorry, that's what I meant. It relies on RNG, not that it's gonna be harder. 420, nice. Base attack 9.6k. Decent number for a 4-star, although for an Avenger, this actually is a little low. Like, this is the normal, if not above average for other characters, but for Avengers specifically, like, this actually is on the lower end. HP 11k on the dot. Star weight, or sorry, MP charge 0.43%. Yeah, this is mixed bag because yes, these are 5 hitters, and this is better than a couple of the other ones I saw yesterday. But this gain still isn't great if she's not gonna crit on it. Like, that's the thing with like the 0.47 and ow shit. Playing with something and I just stabbed myself. All right. Yeah, put that over there. Don't play with that. Shit, I completely just lost my... Oh, there we go. Now I remember. Okay, so 0.47 MP gain. I'm usually only okay with those, like, numbers like that if you're gonna crit. If you're not gonna crit, there's definitely a refund problem that's probably gonna be there. And because Shifu's an Avenger, refund problem's gonna be a thing. However, the best way to insta-kill farm is with Domin, so not having stars is usually not an issue except the first turn. And again, if the way insta-kill farming works, if you need to take an extra turn to build up gauge, just do it. It's better than wasting a command seal, and all you have to do is wait a minute. Or you just bring a craft essence that gives you extra charge. You have to give up bond points, QP or something, but at least you can do it. Like, if speed is what you care about. 4 hits on quick, 5 hits on arts, 5 hits on buster, 5 hit extra attack. Buster card, if she wasn't an Avenger, she actually might gen some stars, but like, don't expect a lot. Even though this is a lot of hits, do not expect a buster card on an Avenger or a Berserker to really be genning a ton of stars, unless you have a star gen buff. First skill, 30% arts, 30% buster, 30% battery. Simple, to the point, and just works. Second skill, 10% battery and 10 gauge per turn. So, this is another 60 for Shufu, and this is 30. And by this, I'm talking about how much charge she will have by the end of 3 turns. Like, so at the start of 3 turns, she has 60% gauge from her own kit. If you use the insta-kill Mystic Code, that's another 10. If you have mana loading, that's another 20. So off rip, without Shufu even doing carding, she has 90% gauge at the start of turn 3. So all you need to do is get 10% in 2 turns. Or you could just wait another turn, not pop her third skill, and just insta-kill on turn 4. And you will have 100%, no matter what. As long as this is maxed out, as long as this is maxed out, as long as you have mana loading, you are guaranteed to MP at turn 4 if you're using the insta-kill Mystic Code. Honestly, for the lazy part of me, like, that is more than enough. Like, I do not need every single insta-kill run to be, like, 3 turns every single time. I just don't want it going longer than, like, 6 turns if I have to, because I'm trying to, like, bond farm multiple characters. Yeah. So, like, for just insta-kill farming as a 4-star for a single target enemy, this ain't bad. Third skill, 120% insta-kill success rate up. This is the same thing I believe Summer Reese has. And wait, do they have the same actual insta-kill chance? That's really fun. That's really funny that they have the same insta-kill chance. Okay, so literally, there is no difference between the two, except that Chufu actually is better at insta-kill farming than Summer Reese. Off the simple fact that Chufu has better... Sorry. Chufu just has better skills for insta-kill farming. Yeah, there we go. Sorry. Took a second. Shufu just has better skills for in-skill farming. Summer Reese has better skills for actual damage. You could use both of it. You would not use Shufu in the place of Summer Reese, but you would use a Reese in the place of Summer Shufu. That is what I'm trying to say. I do think if you're not doing insta-kill farming, Shufu is definitely going to feel a lot worse. It's just that this kit feels really, really good to do like insta-kill farming with, from what I've noticed. So, sorry, I didn't even fully explain it though. 120% chance to insta-kill. So this pretty much guarantees that you're going to insta-kill. Shows here. Yeah, 176% for death rate 100%. All the way, like, pretty much 50%, that looks really good. And 80, okay, so to put this into perspective, 88% insta-kill death rate, that's the equivalent to what Nidochris has normally against, like, 100%. Like, her normal insta-kill chance is, like, 80% against in the same exact node. The fact that half of that is still viable for Shufu is, like, a good thing. And as you can see here, with that Mystic Code, it bumps up to 108, so guaranteed chance. So Shufu is able to insta-kill up to 50% consistently. That, as an insta-kill farmer, is something I like to look at. Because you will always need QP in this game. You're never not going to need QP, and if you don't have anything to farm on Storm Pods, might as well just farm QP, right? Power mod against Poison, Curse, and Burn, all at 20% static, so you're only leveling this for the insta-kill success rate and MP damage. Passives, 19% MP gain when taking hits. 12% crit damage, high servant, but this does nothing right now. And of course, we're talking about Guchan, the #1 simp for... We're talking about Shufu, the #1 simp for Guchan. And just like the OG, if she has to fight Summer Concert Wu, she is weak. Her knees get... She just doesn't want to do it. It's like trying to watch Midoriya like seriously fight All Might outside of training. Like in that yeah, what was it? It was like their final exam arc. It was like Izuku and Bakugo versus All Might. Izuku was like shaking in his boots at the thought of he had to fight All Might. That is like literally Consort U in a nutshell. Like she will not, like she will do it if she absolutely has to, but she does not want to do it at all. 20% attack down is not nothing as a passive. So, mana loading is a requirement. If you're just insta-kill farming, this does absolutely nothing. You don't need this. Besides trying to double stack this. Oh. That actually is really funny. That this is... Huh. I actually do want to kind of see what this looks like, because this is a buster unit. So if you realistically really want to try ramping up the insta-kill chance, like just for the memes, I don't know, like, see, like, a 20% chance actually proc? Yeah. So, 120%. So, hang on. So it'd be, what, 3.4? No. I think it actually would spike to like 50%. And then with this, it would probably jump up even higher. Yeah. So, yeah, if you want to do some like really crazy insta-kill stuff, like you act like, because Shufu is a buster unit, you might actually double stack this with Vitch. Like, and this is like outside of just buster farming in general. Like, I mean, not outside of buster farming. This is just like buster farming in general. Shufu does have like, they don't have an attack buff, but that's pretty much it. So like power mods that could be double stacked, MP damage that can be double stacked. Unfortunately, Shufu does not put on any DOT, but you can just put command seals on for that. Support, like, or use supports or whatever to really like actually get this started. Yeah, but if you use a pen 5, you could double pop all her skills in turn 2. I know I mostly was talking about insta-kill farming, but this still isn't bad for like a sub DPS. It's just not great because of this part. You have to like keep in mind this part, because you can't, like, unless you're running with characters that put a lot of DOT on, like say Rasputin, you're probably not taking advantage of all of this at once. MP, 9 hit, single target. She wields a chainsaw and just goes Friday to 13 on her ass. 80% chance to insta-kill. If you actually insta-kill, party attack goes up 20% for 3 turns. I believe one of the Hassans had this as a skill, and now... No, that was a battery. If you insta-kill and succeeded, you got a battery. This is just an attack buff for the party. I mean, Shufu doesn't have an attack buff. They do have an attack buff, but she has to insta-kill for it. Again, though, her chance actually starts getting so high that she might not really have a problem. Yeah, hang on. Actually, I just want to look at the math for this real quick. Res down 50%. I forget if this part of it was additive or not. I think it is additive, like a minus 50%. Yeah. No, there's no way these multiply. There's no way this and this multiply into each other. Otherwise, this would have been way higher. Like, this is an increase of 20%. Yeah. No, this is 20% increase from here to here using the Mystic Code. So there's no way this can possibly be multiplicative. It has to be additive. So... yeah, so I think you add it up and add a 1 in front of it, right? So calculator. Yeah, just want to make sure I'm doing this math right. Okay, so 40 times 1.4 plus 1, so 2.4. No, 2.2. 2.2. Yeah, no, I'm tripping. So 40 times 2.2. All right, easy, yeah. And then just to double check, 40 times 2.7. 108. Okay, awesome. So if you were to double stack, sorry for the brain fart on this. I'm like, I know how insta-kill works, not how like all the buffs for it work, because I don't really worry about that. Like, I'm dealing with insta-kills of 80%, not trying to deal with it down here. Okay, so to double check like what the insta-kill would look like, you would do 3 times 3.7, right? No, 3.9 times 3.9, because it's 1.2 plus 1.2 is 2.4, plus 0.5, 2.9, plus 1, 3.9. Okay, so 40 times 3.9, 156% there. So let's keep going to see like where we actually stop. 16 times 3.9. Yep, 62% chance to insta kill when you start double stacking. That's a base 20% chance. You can get it up to a 64%. Okay, so that to me is a little wild, because insta kill is probably one of the biggest memes in the game, and a lot of servants actually like have insta kill res. Like, you, the player, doing insta kill is different from the computer doing insta kill. So the fact that you, the player, have a 62% chance to insta kill from a base 20% chance, that sounds wild. It makes insta kill sound way less of a meme. The fact that Shufu, if you actually do like some buster farming type stuff, or I'm thinking about it, like trying to fit Shufu into like buster farming is just like hard if you're doing pure insta-kill farming. But I don't know. I think that's a good utility. Like, you actually would use Vitch with her, unlike Summer Reese. Like, why would you be using Vitch with Summer Reese? Like, her skills are good, but it's not that hard to cap out on defense down. Once you hit 100% defense down, that's it. You hit the cap. Yeah, like at that point you start doing true damage. Super effective is man attribute. Yeah, so Shufu, really, I just really like her as an in-skill farmer. And again, sorry that this one took like 18 minutes. Like, I'm trying to cut down on these, but damn. Yeah, purely as just an in-skill farmer, I think she's fine. Damage wise, I don't have this pulled up right now. I'm assuming it's not terrible. Okay, Shufu base 41,000. Her base MP damage is almost on the level of Tyra with all of her buffs. Now, granted, this is Tyra anti-Genji, so even moving it up to like Lobo's buffed MP is lower than Shufu's MP2. So if Shufu ever got an MP buff, damn. She starts looking really good. Like, her numbers are in line with Tyra. Right? Yeah, like right now she's at the bottom, but if this is the bottom compared to like a lot of other characters too. Yes, she matches Summer Chloe, but Chloe's damage matches Tyra. Like, Tyra without Genji and Tyra without Vengeful, we don't really. It's definitely not the highest thing. But even in comparison, it's not like she's doing like 50% less damage. Like, Emin Dante's is still only doing about 25% higher. So literally getting the second copy brings you up. So yeah, MP buff, and she's eating really, really good. So I would definitely say I don't like just shoving characters into A, but like she does her job and she does it well. Like if all you care about is insta-kill farming, then she does it like some of the best in the game for a single target. Like Doman can't come anywhere close to this insta-kill chance. He's just good at clearing trash mobs that you can insta-kill. He's not really worried about trying to insta-kill people you aren't supposed to be insta-killing. Okay, so I'm only putting her in A because of what you can do with double Vitch. Because Vitch is so like prevalent, like I feel like if you are trying to insta-kill something really quickly, one of the best way probably is going to be Shufu, just because she can hit insta-kill chance like just really, really easily. Again, this is the full insta-kill team I'm talking about. Well, actually, niche. As a normal DPS, I would probably put her in B. As a because of her attack buff relying on insta-kill. Yeah. So as a normal DPS and actually needing to do like some insta-kill stuff, I would definitely put her at B. But if you are trying to do insta-kill things, A or higher probably. But right now, I think she goes in niche just because if she wants to crit, she is heavily reliant on command codes and Vitch. If she wants to insta-kill, she doesn't care about that at all. She has two completely different playstyles that one's generic and one's, for me, is amusing. And I feel like putting her... yeah, like I feel like you would use someone else other than her. Just because, again, like this is good stuff. Like when you bring up like farming with double Vitch, like is this kind of good stuff for Vitch to have? Yes, but at the same time, it's not, because you have 2 skills for damage and conditional stuff. Yeah, it's like Shufu plays nice with Vitch, but not in the way you would hope, just because overload on mods here that are conditional. So, yeah, like whether these come into play completely depend on your team comp. So, yeah, I feel more comfortable putting her in niche because of how differently she actually plays. Like, it's not enough to put her in EX because she doesn't do like a lot of different things really well. She does insta-kill really well. And she can do buster farming, but that kind of is her whole thing. All right. We're going to move on. Let's talk about Ushigozen, the op. I don't know, chat. Something about her design here just makes me like, this is her face when she sees the ops. Right? I don't know. That's just the feeling I get from this. I know this is Teen Raiko. And then this is like her going full Ushigozen. I am waiting for... Is this translated yet? It is. I'll read it later because I actually do have this character. This character, mixed bag for a lot of people. She is not a farmer. She is not going to try to compete with Dante's, not even fucking close. She does not have the type of MP gain that Dante's has, even though they have similar MP gain. His MP just literally has more hits, and he has MP gain. I see Ushigozen as like very similar to Takeru. Her MP is kind of just there to do splash damage, most of her damage is going to come from her crits. Also, very similar to Richard the Lionheart. The difference is that Ushigozen is quick and an Avenger. So, 12.4k attack, actually low for an Avenger. Like this, high for a 5-star, low for an Avenger. HP also on the lower side. Not anemic. It's not 11k, but this still isn't great either. MP charge 0.55%. This is going to bite her in the fucking ass when it comes to her refund. She only has 6 hits, and I don't remember if she has MP gain. I'm pretty sure she doesn't. So, pain point. Obviously Genji, but are you really bringing Tyra to fight Ushigozen? I don't know about that, Chief. Triple quick deck sits 6 hits on quick, and she has 3 of them. I actually forgot about this. Yeah, no, her actual refund cards are good. 4 hits on the Buster. Are people probably upset that she's not double Buster, double quick? Probably. But this is a Caster Scotty character. This is a character that's going to work well with Caster Scotty. Yeah, 5-hit extra attack. Again, it will do okay damage, but don't expect miracles in terms of MP charge and refund, but you will get more refund out of it than you probably think. First skill, Power Mod against Demonic, 50%. Power Mod against Servants with Earth attribute for 3 turns, 50%. And 3 turns of crit damage, 30%. So this is basically her OG Raiko's 3rd skill, but weaker. Yeah. Literally, she doesn't have the Sky attribute that her Berserker form has, but she does have the Demonic and Earth attribute, right? Oh. Yeah, Earth and Sky and Demonic. Yeah, so she trades out an extra power mod for crit damage in general. For her in particular, I think this is fine because I already said she's like a crit unit. If she's not fighting Sky, she's not going to be like hitting the because power mods are essentially crit damage, except they apply the extra damage whether you crit or not. But when you crit, it's the same as you having a crit buff. If I didn't say that right. So yeah, see, she's essentially trading 2 circles that don't overlap of equal size for a smaller circle that can overlap and just make the circle bigger. When fighting Earth attribute. And then if she's not fighting Earth attribute, she still actually has something. Second skill, 30% quick up, 30% buster, and an on attack buff hit. Every time you attack with quick cards, you get a 20% crit damage boost. This also applies to the MP. So her having MP quick, that is like you can pretty much ramp up to 100% crit damage on her quick card. 100% quick crit damage up from using everything. Because 3 cards, 2 MPs, easy. Now, is this going to work the best? Probably not. I kind of think the 20% is a little too low. Would like it to be 30, but I understand because they are planning for this to get ramped up to 100. Bumping this up to 30 means this is getting ramped up to 150% crit damage, which is a lot for a character to be able to get for themselves with their own kit. Like, ramping up that high is not common. Feels like it's more common lately, but it isn't. It is definitely not common. Star weight 2000% for 1 turn. Crit damage 50% for 1 turn. MP damage 30% for 1 turn, and a 50% battery. if you are looking to maximize your damage, you cannot just pop this as if you're just normally farming. It's why I say, like, don't try to compare her to Dante's, because she's just going to lose. She's not meant to be farming. She's meant to be critting. And yes, her total crit potential probably isn't as high as Dante's because he has double buster, she has triple, but they have different kits. They have very different kits. Avenger, 14%. So this is definitely the lowest, and we've seen this, I think. She gets the least amount of taking extra hits, and because of how rounding works, this is a lot closer to 5 than it is actually 6. The way rounding works is if you're close enough, they'll give it to you. This passive might make her stop just short of MPing sometimes. So just kind of be aware of that. It's not going to be like an every time thing. It's just going to be something that once in a while you stop short, and this might be the reason. 8% crit damage, almost 4 gauge per turn. 12% buster up. 20% crit damage up on quick cards, and 100% damage. Bonus damage for Divinity. Doesn't say she has Divinity in her passives, but this is her Divinity passive. Depending on what you're doing, you're going to want different things. I would try to... Like, if you can get cooldown reduction, awesome. If you can't, again, it is what it is. But if she was Buster, this would look a lot better for what she could double stack and then just pile on crit damage too. But I think they actually gave her turbo quick to probably discourage people trying to use her with Vitch. I kind of think that's actually the case, because using Ushigozen with Vitch, I think you can double stack and start hitting caps, especially with like crit damage and the power mods here. I think you can like hit caps like really, really quickly. So yeah, like the diminishing returns on that just wouldn't make her feel as good as she could be if she was getting brand new buffs. And as you can see, there is no attack buff here. So again, keep that in mind. You're probably using Ruler Scotty or another support to give her an attack buff. MP, 6-hit AoE quick. Reduces crit attack chance by 30%. This is a like classic Raida servant. Like a lot of Raida servants have this. Especially Raiko and Ibuki. All of them have this. Like, does Raida actually play FGO and ask him, hey, so for all of my servants, can you just like make sure they have crit attack chance down? Like, thank you. Yeah, because it really does feel like if you're drawn by Raida, you have something like this in your MP. Pretty sure it's not Ibuki, not Saber. Yeah, not Saber. Or Moriarty? Do you? No, defense. Debuffs. Wait, do all of them just put debuffs? No. See, yeah, no, it's just like, not all of them, but a lot of them are built around, not built around, but like have like that. I don't know where I'm going with this. Like, it feels like just for Raida servants, they tend to have like crit attack chance down, like at a decent number too. I don't know. Maybe it is just Summer Ibuki and Raiko, Berserker Raiko. And last thing about Ushigozen, 150% super effective against Earth Attribute. Again, if this is supposed to be teen Raiko, it makes sense because this is when she was at her most Oni Slayer. Like, this is when she is like not Saber level, but like, yeah, is it like this is her like when she's like dutiful, right? Sorry, I'm just gonna stop talking about Ushigozen then now because like I actually like I'm starting to just start talking out my ass about characters I don't fully know the full story on. So power mod against Earth and Demonic is what her Bonsi is. Uh, like A or A plus. I don't know. I feel like this is less an Ushigozen thing and more like a support thing. Yeah, no, I'm putting her in A because of Kazura drop. Because like if you, it's like she's. I don't think you should run double Caster Scotty and then triple. Like I think Ushigozen you would run Caster, Ruler, and then Kazura drop. Like literally run all three. Because she just has too much of a chance of capping out on crit damage. Like I feel she's just not gonna work in a more brain dead or like not thinking team comp that she just want to like really diversify over okay. Sorry, that was just a confirmation of plans after this. So let us finish Avengers. Let me at least do that before I move on. And once again, this took 20 minutes. Need to like cut this down, but we only have 8 more, so it's fine. All right, Count of Monte Cristo. As you can tell, new artist too. But this is the Count of Monte Cristo is a very different feel than regular Edmond Dante's. This character is the equivalent to OG Comma. He is the literal equivalent to Comma, where he stun locks and just does not give the enemy a chance to actually do damage. And while he's doing those shenanigans, he also starts getting a power mod and ramping up, and actually has ramp up on his MP. Is that saying Comma's probably gonna get a buff? It's gonna be really funny if they buff Comma's MP and just make her charm chance the guaranteed, or like normally guaranteed, and then her batteries to make it a better chance. But like their Kama and Dante's do have like Kama is more solo. Like she is supposed like she works better as a solo unit, or not better. She works as a solo unit better than Dante's, and she can do solos, but she's not necessarily fully built. No, she is. Like, do you guys kind of get what I'm saying? It's like Kama has stuff to be a solo unit. It's just not her main role. It's something she is good at though. Dante's definitely not solo. He's DPS, but you do want to be clicking his cards as much as possible. If he's solo, his spam does get easier, but like he has nothing to keep him alive if things don't work out well. Like if there is a turn that he can't stun, and you are about to take an MP, he can't really do anything about that. He like just needs the MP. And if you're fighting, and also stun resistance is probably more common than charm resistance. Karma kind of just made it more infamous, but you do see stun more than you see charm. Base attack 12.7k, not the highest, but definitely like in a good place for Avengers. HP definitely on the lower side. This is into 11k. She goes in was just a little bit higher, but yeah. MP charge 0.72%. 5 hits on the quick card, 3 hits on arts, 4 hits on buster, 5 hit extra attack. His arts card refund really is good. especially QBA in a Mighty Chain. This extra Arts card is going to give you a good amount of gain. Extra attack, you will get more gain out of this than the more recent characters I've talked about. But it's not groundbreaking. Like, these Avengers aren't having like crazy MP gain stats like that are closer to 1%. That would like net you more if you don't have extra attack finesse. But he does have double buster, double quick, so he works especially well with all of them. Obviously, there is a preference towards Ruler Scotty, but he takes Scotty's regardless, and Khazar drop just makes things better. First skill, 30% card buff, quick buster, and an invul to attack 3 turns. He does have some survivability, but it is literally tied to his damage and refund, so not the best. Second skill, 30% attack buff for 3 turns, and every time he attacks, he puts a burn on the enemy, and he is poison immune and for 3 turns and full debuff immune for 3 times 3 turns. Hey, this stops this from ticking, so I'm fine with that. Like, multiple immunities, like a more specific one, stops the main debuff immunity from like getting eaten up really quickly against the wrong enemy. So, is this a little bit overkill? Sure, but I'm fine with this. Usually something like this is a passive though. Yeah, like usually this is the passive, but they're making it on a skill. Third skill, 50% battery, 50% crit damage, star weight 1000% for 3 turns. This is just so he is the one that's going to be getting all the stars, and Avengers, once they get 1,000, they're eating really, really good. Well, like Berserkers need like 5,000. Because if you didn't know, 5 times 5 is 25. 5 times 6 is 30. Berserkers tend to have a star weight of about 5 or 6. That's why the numbers are 1,000 and 5,000, if you didn't know. Avenger B+, 19% extra gain when he is taking hits, 12% crit damage, and 3% gauge per turn. If you want to do multi-core stuff, you'll want this just so he's easier to start with. Skill. Okay, it really depends on if you're doing any kind of cooldown stuff or the fight is going to last longer than 3 turns, in which case this would just be more helpful. Anti-Avenger. If you summon him for OC2, I mean, this is definitely going to come into play, but I doubt an MP1 Dante's, out of all the appends, you're going to pick Anti-Avenger. I know now you can swap, but not when he came out. Hopefully NA gets that changed to appends a little early, because then you'd actually be using this in OC2. Yeah, haven't been looking at appends lately, but with being able to swap, I see more point in talking about like whether characters need these two than talking about this stuff, just because, again, you can swap. If you don't need one of these two, you can just put it on here. MP, 10 hit single target, ignores invincibility, 500% chance to stun. This is fucking important. It means that even if you have magic resist, no matter how fucking crazy, even if you have debuff resistance of like 300%, this stun would still go through. Awesome. Damage to one enemy. The same type of super effective ramp up that Bawan Chi's buff gave her, where every DOT that's on the enemy, it's going to increase the super effective damage you have. It starts at 100%, goes all the way to 200%, so double damage. Where most of the time we're probably going to be sitting around 5, unless you're using command codes. So you have Dante's, make sure you bring burn command codes, because he will just do more damage. Last part, defense down after damage, base 10 to 20. Really kind of don't like this. Wish it was 20. Or if it's gonna be low 10%, at least make it happen before damage. If they're not changing the scaling, or if they're not changing the activation time, can you make this 20% scale up to 40? Would be very, very nice. Thank you very much. Last thing, Bonsi, 20% power mod against burn enemies while he's on the field for the party. Yeah. Hey, oh, there you are. I know these two are here for completely different reasons. You are not here for single target quick damage. And he's not. No, he is. So usually, like, especially with comma being. Oh, wrong thing. Comma being the example. Yeah, comma being the example. Most servants that have stun lock mechanics like this do not also have super effective or a type of ramp up. Usually they don't, because it would also mean like their their skill lock stun locking MP is now also doing more damage every time. Yeah, I know the same thing that I said about Aris can also apply to Dante's um, if you're not able to debuff the enemies, damage falls off. The huge difference between that is that Aris is an arts unit that isn't critting. Dante's is a quick unit that also has double buster, double quick. That is not the same. If the enemy is not able to be debuffed, only thing that's really gonna happen is his MP doesn't have super effective. Is that a pain point? Absolutely, that is a pain point. But it's not like all of his. It's not like he's dealing like it's not like these burns are for a power mod that's also gonna affect his crit. His crit and his MP damage are two completely different things. That they add into each other's damage. They don't take away from each other's damage. Aris, if you were to try to invest her into crit, it's just not. It's not something you want to really be focusing on. She is an MP spammer and embodies the arts playstyle, doing really big damage from the MP and spamming the shit out of it. Crits, not so much. Dante's, his damage definitely isn't as high. It can certainly start reaching the peaks easily. It can easily reach the peaks Reese is hitting by putting more power mod burn on. But the enemy not getting being stun resistance isn't or debuff immune. Is it a reason not to use him? Yes. Is he unusable in that situation? No. Reese is more hindered by debuff immunity than he is. So I feel confident putting him in the EX. Again, just checking. Okay. Looks like I still have more time. So we're done with Avengers. Time for Moon Cancers, and we have 7. Yes, we have 7 because three are welfare / free to play. So, how do I want to do this? Start with Talak because, yeah, we're gonna go in order of not priority. Although, actually, yeah, no, this is pretty much in order of like fan favorites. Like a lot of people like Talak or Tenoch Sheetlan, but yeah, I don't think people like her as much as people like CL, BB Dubai, Arquid, Kiara, BB Summer. Same with Jinako. They're good characters. People like them, but let's not pretend that people don't care more about these 5. So yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and ended on BB Dubai. All right, Talak Summer, Tenochtitlan Bunny. Again, being completely honest, I have this character, have not been using her that often lately. Again, it has to do with like skills just not being leveled and like timing just doesn't work right. Base attack on the lower side for 4 stars, 8.9k. HP 12.7k. MP charge 0.58%. Double buster, double quick. 4 hits on the arts cards. On the arts card, sorry. It's definitely not a terrible one. This is a fairly good arts card, for what it's worth. And the quick cards will gen. They will gen, just not a lot. By the way, let's talk about Moon Cancers and their base stats. 1.0 modifiers, base star gen 15%, and half of the star weight of, or like caster star weight. Yeah, caster star weight. First skill, 20 battery for the party flat. Heal for the party every turn, 3 turns is 1,000. 20% attack buff for the party as well, so 20 battery, 20 attack buff. And unfortunately, you also increase the enemy's attack by 10% for 3 turns. Because Talak actually puts a debuff on all the buff on all the enemies. I will say, if you're trying to meme with like Caster Liz, this character does let her get like a 60 battery. I'm not saying to do that. I'm just noticing that because we don't usually see servants that buff the enemies, and I'm just gonna bring it up real quick. Halloween. Alright, yeah, hang on. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, so this skill. She gets a 20 battery based on the enemies that have the buff. So if you're doing if you're fighting 6 enemies, and you bring Caster Liz and Talak, Caster Liz is going to get 140% battery. She is AoE too, so like that's not the worst synergy. That yeah, because you also strip off that attack buff before it actually does anything. So that's just something you can do to meme around. Yeah, second skill, taunt to herself for 3 turns. Increases her defense, and every time she gets hit, she gets MP damage. And the defense is at 50%. This is a huge defense buff, and she is a tank. Wait, we got 2 tanks this year. Or did we get more? No, because we got Kirei's buff too that also basically gives him this as well. Except his is when Guts procs. So Talak getting 50% defense. If you have any kind of damage cut that you can also give Talak, she's just gonna tank a lot of hits, get free MP damage, and not have taken much damage at all. Third skill, 30% card buff, quick and buster, dodge for a full turn, crit damage of all bunny servants, and reduces skill cooldown of bunny servant allies. So, ooh, sorry about that. With this, being able to reduce the skill cooldown of bunny servant allies, and this also being on a 6-turn cooldown, it also means that Talak can If you had one Vitch, okay. First up, let's bring up Bunny Servants. Oh shit! Alco's here too. Wait. Is it not Super Al? Does Super Alco get this? Like, okay. So Super Alco does not have the bunny. Unfortunate. But Vitch does. And as I showed with Lionheart, if you have a servant that can reduce cooldown to Vitch and also get it reduced, be able to pop the skill twice, aka Vitch pops her battery on, or not Vitch pops the battery, but this, like, you're basically buster farming. Vitch is going to be able to pop her second and third skill on turn 3. So, unfortunately, this battery is only 20. If this was 30, it would have... yeah, it would have just been more obvious about that. And unfortunately, Talok just doesn't have... actually? No, because you're using Alco. Oh, wait a second. Yeah, no, because you're using Alco. Yeah, I actually want to test this now. So we'll do that later. Passives, 12% arts, divinity, crit damage on water side up 20%. Capital of the Moon, quick up 5%, arts up 5%, crit damage up 5%, and she does have damage cut. So this 50% defense is not a big amount of damage cut, but 200 is 200. It's 200 after the defense at the end of the formula. So after you already cut it in half, then you shave off 200. Charge 20. We'll see on farming. I don't think you can use a 50% CE, but you might be able to get away with 60. I mean, yeah, starting with 60. And because of how Alco works, I think you actually might be able to do the buster farming. Anti-Pretender. Skill cooldown, yes, definitely. MP 6 hit, AoE quick. Ignores invincibility, damage to all enemies. Super effective against super large. Defense down, and MP damage up 20% for 1 turn. I love this fucking MP. I think it's fucking sick. I was a huge fan of Power Rangers as a kid, and her summoning a goddamn Megazord to cut people with a giant ass buzzsaw, that's just fucking cool. Bond CE, 10% MP damage for the party, and then Power Mod against super large enemies, 20%. So before I place her, because originally I was gonna put her in super niche, but I do want to see what her farming looks like. So pause here and we'll come back. So I just got back testing Talok, and I am, as a farmer, she's kind of fine. She is, you essentially have to start from 50 with her, or use triple Scotty. So Oberon, not really viable. Her battery charge is just not great, but it's not like unbearable either. Just this being AoE 20 is just a little annoying. But if you're like starting from 50, there's literally no problems. She's absolutely fine with her charge situation. You just make sure that she has, like, you don't use this part. Like, basically, mana loading, from what I've seen, like, you just don't use this. Like, you don't need this. And you're basically using your 20% for if Talalak doesn't loop enough. Like, she loops 40, not 50. I do think, like, obviously you can still use Oberon. I'm not saying you can't. It's just that refund for her is definitely on the scuffed end because she does not have like an MP game buff, and she's not meant to really be a farmer. That's the other thing. Like, you can use her for farming, but that isn't really her purpose. She wants to be a tank and take a lot of hits for 3 turns and then hit someone really, really hard over the course of 3 turns with her own MP. The reason her charge doesn't work is because she's supposed to be getting hit. She's not really meant to be farming. The bunny servant cooldown, it's okay, but most of these aren't. A lot of these are DPSs, not support. So it's more Talalok is tanking while these other characters, if their DPSs, are on the field. When I was talking about Vitch earlier, I really did forget that Talok was quick and not Buster, and that makes it just more awkward even trying to use these two together. I don't know why I was bringing up Lionheart, because they do not work well together. So I'm keeping it in for the recording of this tier list, just to show like my own headspace. I make mistakes all the time. Yeah, the synergy, trying to like fit these two in here, I'm just brain rotted from doing it with Richard, and trying to force something that wasn't there. So, Talok, I am going to have to put her in niche, like because of the bunny servant thing. That's gonna like get bigger with costumes and as more characters come out, and then also the fact that she is a tank. Most like, can she do farming? Yeah, it's not awesome. It's not great though. So I'd rather not bump her down because of bad farming when she's not really supposed to be a farmer in the first place. She is a sub DPS / tank. Not really, and if she does damage, it's because like she tanked. She tanked a lot of damage. So in general, you're probably going to use her with like more damaging CEs. I don't know if you actually would use Black Rail because she's gonna ramp up to 90, but Black Rail is still Black Rail. And on my main, I have 2 MOB Black Rails at level 100. So I get to have my cake and eat it too. Yeah, so that's the lock. Time to keep moving on. Jineko. I'm pretty sure Jineko still has the highest HP in the entire game. She is one of the best tanks in the game, and for a lot of people, she beats out Kishi Wong. I'm kind of, in terms of like pure survivability, yes, I think Jineko is absolutely better than Kishi Wong. Her MP, Kishi Wong like wants and doesn't want to get hit, while Jineko like always wants to be getting hit and actually has stuff to keep herself alive. But if you're not careful, like you're more worried about. Okay, so if Jineko is in a team, you're more worried about everyone else dying than Jineko, and if you're solo, Jineko probably isn't dying, but it's gonna take a very, very, very long time to kill something. While Kishi Wong, he kind of speed runs it and still has like decent uptime. Base attack 9.16, and unlike rulers, there is no multiplier. This is straight. I believe she is the lowest attack of all 5 stars, but she has the highest HP by such a large margin. I don't think that's even fair. Like, this is trading 2,000 attack, for instance, for like 5,000 HP, or like 4,000. Like, and because she's supposed to just be tanking, like you can use her craft essence to kind of make up for that. Just don't use a split one, use a full attack one, and it's not great, but it's still definitely better. MP charge 0.35%, very low gain. She's heavily reliant on getting hit and spamming the shit out of arch chains. Not so much herself. Stargen even a little lower compared to the average Moon Cancers. 4 hits on quick, 4 hits on the 3 arts cards, and 4 hits on Buster, 5 hit extra attack. This will gen stars. Do not expect MP gain from her extra attack. It is bad. It's like worse arts cards than Tamamo. First skill, 20 battery for the party, 20% attack, and 15 stars per turn. You put 5 on each character, and as long as they're still on the field, you will get the 5 stars. Second skill, tank, but this one is one turn. Taunt for herself, 1,000 damage cut, 30% attack buff for 3 turns. This is why her base attack is as low as it is, but I do not think it makes up for it unless you have a really big, chunky grilled Jineko. Because even at level 120, her base attack is at a normal level for a level 95 star. Third skill, has been buffed, grants one ally invul, and increases their MP gen, MP damage, power mod against lawful, but you skill seal them. If you're able to cleanse it off or they have a cleanse themselves, this is not really a demerit. Just make sure you pop their skills before you pop Jineko's third skill on them. MP gen is 33% for 1 turn. MP damage is 30% for 3 turns. And lawful is 50% for 3 turns. As a support, this is like still fairly good. This is decent utility as a support. And she can also be the solo servant herself. It's just very slow. Deep res up 20%. Riding A, 10% quick up. Do need for tickle. I also wouldn't recommend trying to farm with her. I think you're gonna just not be happy. Like, sure, you could do it if you use K-Scope, Double Castoria, and Oberon, but what fucking arts unit can't farm if you give them that much extra help? What art servant can't farm if you're literally force feeding them 175% gain over the course of 2 turns? For solos, definitely 1 and 5 are the ones that you care about. You don't really care about 2 for a solo, because this you get skills down a turn sooner. This may or not make a difference if you're starting from 0 and no supports, while these 2 will matter. MP, 3-hit AoE arts. Do not use her in farming. I'm telling you, you will be upset and want to scrap this unit, or this servant, if you try to use her in farming. She's not meant for farming. Defense down of all enemies, 30% for 3 turns. Hey, this is a super nice normal effect, along with giving herself an invul. Her normal effects are sick, and then she also heals on her MP. So, literally, it's... the name of the game is to be able to spam her MP. The issue is getting her to spam her MP. Yeah, I think this star gen is just like not enough for what Jineko wants to do, especially if like she's solo. She's only getting 5 stars per turn. That is nowhere near enough. Bonsi, 8 stars per turn. 300 heal for the party while she's on the field. This is not a bad Bonsi, but I still think Jineko could use like way more stars per turn. For her specific playstyle, and this is the same as Kishi Wong, I feel she needs more stars per turn in general. This is, even with this and the Bonsi, it's still only 13. That's not enough to guarantee crits at all. Alright, so where do I place Jinko? A+. As long as you don't try to use her in farming, she's not that bad. Like, if you're in like a story fight, she's not that bad. she's going to get hit. You can actually use her kit the way it's supposed to be. But if you're trying to brute force her in farming, no. The fact that she also has supportive utility now, like decent supportive utility too. Like, it's not just her third skill now. 20% attack, 20 battery, stars per turn, taunt for a turn, and targeted invul, MP gen, MP damage, power mod, along with being able to put defense down. Yeah, no, she has a fairly good supportive kit for extra 1. Now, in comparison to extra 2, oh boy, no, she would be bumped down to probably B. If Jinako was in the extra 2 list, she definitely would be being bumped down because the support she's providing is good for this part of the extra class triangle. Alter egos and pretenders are and also Van Gogh. Okay, yeah, no, actually, just that triangle has just so many like actual buffers that it's crazy. So Jinako is up here mostly because she does a lot of stuff, and what she does good, she does fairly good. And what she does bad, you just don't use her for that. Like, if we're talking arts looper, don't use at all. If you're trying to arts farm, don't use her at all. But tank, support, she can do it. And solo. Tank, support, solo. Let's go 5 more. Okay. So, BB Summer. I can actually not put her into extremely niche. Even though last year I could. The reason I can't now is because her farming is actually legit now. She does not need super scope. She just needs a pen 5, and then her damage with starting from 50 is stellar for neutral. It's not hitting cuckoo damage, but honestly her neutral damage is not that far off. She's also not that far off from Arcwood. But I think that's Arcwood without actually I take it back about Arcwood. I think it's BB's Black Rail damage looks similar to Arcwood, but Arcwood versus BB 50. Yeah, no. So, BB. And truly, like... Okay, so I kind of don't like BB Summer without the tan when she's in this outfit. Personal preference, I like if she's if her swimsuit's like this, she looks better with the tan than without the tan. But luckily you have your own preference. You can literally pick whichever one you want, and your MP animation sprite will change too. So, even this BB is saying that this BB is full of shit when she says that she merged with an outer god. It's either it's not a merge and she ate the outer god, or she's full of shit. Which one? That's up to you. It could even be both. It's fucking BB. Base attack 11.1k on the lower side for 5 stars. HP on the higher side. When she released, she was a sub DPS or support, not a main DPS. It's just now that she actually has good MP damage. Because for a very, very long time, she had actual potato damage. Okay, so workout is not happening. I just got the message now. I am probably going to have to take a break, though. because I have to go pick something up at my parents' house, and free food is free food. Sorry for that interruption. I had my phone here, just being aware of that because I didn't want to ghost them while I was recording this. All right. MP charge 0.61%. Decent hit counts, not great. Like, the gain isn't amazing, but it's still 3 hits on them. And it's better, like, the way refund and everything works in this game, it's better to have a lot of hits and lower gain than few hits and high gain, just because of how overkill works. So, and if BB wants to be the DPS herself, she also will be carding. So that's why I am mentioning this. If she's the DPS and you're just spamming mighty chains, these will feel pretty good. Again, 4 hits on quick, 3 hits on arts, 5 hit on buster, 4 hit extra attack. So weak extra attack, even though the extra attack is kind of one of her skill buffs that you wanted to hit. So it is lackluster, but remember what number she is. This is ID 220. Talalak was 420. So they have definitely got better at servant design by the time they hit Talalak versus BB. Like, the 5 hit extra attack, that became the standard after BB came out. She does have existence outside the domain, so she works with Van Gogh. So if you really want to use BB as a farmer and a crit servant, you can. And yeah, use her as a crit servant, and then she's just spamming Buster Brave Chains while getting amped by Van Gogh. Oh, although in that case, you probably would just be DPSing with Van Gogh. So, I mean, that's your choice. It really is your choice which one is the bigger super. Yeah, also, one sec. It's starting to... Yeah, my apartment's starting to get hot now. Ooh, okay. Yeah. Headphones back on too. Don't forget that. All right. Actually, headphones off, because I think there's a dent in my hair now. Yep, there is a dent in my head, so I gotta ease off using these. All right. So yeah, when I'm recording, probably should either get different headphones or something else. I don't know. All right. And sorry for this rant. Also, Sakura series. So she's not a part of the Sakura 5 directly, like Violet, Kazura Drop, Melt, Passion Lip, King Protea. She's not a part of the Sakura 5, but she is the one that she spawned them from herself. So that's why she has the trait. So there are 6 members of the Sakura 5. Or no, that's why they don't call it the Sakura 5. Sorry, that's why they don't call it the Sakura 5. That's why they call it Sakura series. These are AI based on Sakura, and all of them spawn from BB, and that's why there are 3 of them. Or yeah, there are 3 BBs. 5 of them here. We're only missing Violet now. So this is also Sakura series is also different from Sakura Face. There are 2 different things. Sakura series is also only the AIs from Extra, while Sakura Face is anyone that looks like Sakura. First skill, which is what was buffed, 50% crit damage, 800% star weight, which is really all she needs. 30% crit damage, which at the time was a buff she did not have. And then every time she does an extra attack, she gens 20 stars. Not bad for a crit servant. If she's spamming Buster Brave Chains, that is like more than enough stars probably to crit. To keep critting. Second skill is literally what stopped her from farming. This is a disgusting battery skill, but the cooldown here is 7. So she literally was not able to do double Vich Oberon because of this cooldown. Cooldown reduction, this is down to 6. Now she's able to double stack a 50% MP damage buff. Yes, 50% MP damage on a 50% battery. Like, we don't see skills like this, and they're not going to make skills like this. This skill was made in, like, with the balance in mind that you could, like, this was even before double Vich. So they didn't even make this with Vich in mind. They just thought this kind of, a 50 battery with this much steroids just needs to be longer. Thank God they did not make this 8 turns, because this easily could have been an 8-turn cooldown, and then BB would still be shit out of luck. She'd still be getting used, just not as a farmer. Third skill, what made herself infamous before she got her big buff. She locks down the cards. Whatever cards you see in your bottom right corner, first characters that you have their Buster and Quick card. Second character, you don't have any of their cards. Third character, you have a full, let's assume it's a Berserker, you have a full Buster Brave Chain. You lock down those cards, and as long as no one dies, you are spamming that Buster Brave Chain for 3 turns in a fucking row. If the character has anything that, like, either puts defense down or anything else when Buster cards are used and there's not a hit count restriction, you're good. But hit count restrictions, like 3 times Buster buff, you're not going to want to use them with BB, because you're going to burn, like, times base, you are going to burn through them very quickly. You also get 10 stars per turn, so if BB is the DPS and she is spamming Buster Brave Chains, she gets 30 stars for free, not even counting any kind of star gen. And again, if she also has the star weight, like, that's more than enough guaranteed crits for her. As for other characters, it really depends on them, because is this 10 stars per turn going to be enough? Because if BB's not doing the extra attack, your other characters need to be the ones that are spanning skills. However, people are using BB now how she was being used before. So after she got her buff, we got CL, who we'll talk about later. And CL works really well with BB, because CL makes it so all the cards are her cards. You swap CL out, and you make you swap out for your DPS. Now your DPS has their entire hand, and then you lock down the cards with BB. So, like, off rip, I am just placing these 2. Yeah. I think I'm just gonna get this placement done, like, now, and then I'll talk about this. Here, and the only reason I'm doing this now is because I have such experience using these characters. I kind of have a good idea of where I'm placing them. Summer Kiara, A+, BB Dubai, EX. As support everything, solo unit, CQ, multi-core, farmer. Yeah, that's why I placed them. We'll go over the rest of that later. Passives, territory creation A, 10% arts up, burn immunity, existence outside of the domain, so she works with Van Gogh. Goddess Essence for 25% debuff resistance. For farming, all you care about is this. If you want to try doing Black Girl farming, you still need this. Black Girl farming is a luxury, and you need Summer Kuro to do it as well. You need this to do farming, period. So MP1, you have to hit Bond 6. If you want extra pens, either get MP2 or go to Bond 11. And if you have MP2 and you want 3 pens, go to Bond 11, same thing. MP hasn't been buffed, and I really don't like this MP in general. it's a really bad MP, and the normal effect, or no, sorry, the overcharge effect sucks so much ass. They need, like, but the thing is, BB does so much damage in farming, I think they might be a little scared to actually buff her MP. Real quick on this. Yeah. Also, Bond CE, arts up, buster up while she's on the field. So, yeah, let's just really quickly just show BB's buster farming numbers. Last I checked, it was like 360,000 damage neutral. I don't see there being a difference. So, imagine that, then with Summer Chloe and Black Rail. And, yeah, BB just can do so much damage. She has so much potential for damage. Like, to the point that it would be better. Like, it is good that her weakest buff is her buster buff, because she already gets so much of it. If she can get, like, if they give her super effective on her MP, it is G fucking G. Like, I think BB at level, we're starting from 50, actually might start reaching the levels of characters that are starting with Black Rail. Like, BB, like, that's how many buffs BB actually has in her kit. Like, it starts getting ridiculous that her damage starts matching people that have Black Rail. And she will do it way more consistently if they decide to fix her stupidly bad MP. Because the chance to drain an additional time at 10%, her base MP has a 10% chance of doing something else. Okay, first. Man, sorry for taking long on this, but I just wanted to. Because, like, in general, this is just not gonna take long, and also we're not fitting Alco in this. I'm not stressing this. Okay, so turn 1, 50,000 damage, or no, like 65,000 damage. Turn 1, 65,000 damage, because there's a bunch of 1.1s. There's 2 1.1s and a 1.9, so we'll say around 65,000 damage. Turn 2, attack buff. We're up to, is it a 1.0 here? Yes, right here. We're up to 80,000 damage. And you're going to watch the explosion. $300,000 damage. Neutral. Why did I think this was higher? I don't know why I thought this damage was higher. But yeah, 300,000 damage neutral, buster farming when she has potential to go to Black Rail. Very nice. Very, very nice. Oh, wait, did I not give her power mods? Oh. Are these man attribute? But yeah, you get the deal. 300,000 in buster farming while not having a super effective or even a good MP. So them buffing her MP would honestly be GG's. Like I think hitting 300,000 for a character from year 3 with no MP buff is good damage. I do think that. It shows that there is good potential and a more likely chance that she will get buffed because she's been out for so long versus a character that literally came out like 2 weeks ago. Like Arkwood getting a buff, I see less likely than Summer BB getting another buff, honestly, because there's less wrong with Arkwood's kit than BB. BB's MP is the biggest pain point in this entire character. And for most people, they don't care about her MP, which is also why I'm placing her here. Because half the time, people do not care about her MP. They just care about her card blocking. So if you want to move her from here to here, I completely understand. But it's also, she does like fairly good like farming damage too. Like her damage went up 50% from here to here. And compared to Moon Cancers, the only one that's beating her is Arkwood with Black Rail. BB's at 50%. There is no Arkwood that where she's using 50, so it's too hard a comparison right now. Four more. This is one of my most fun characters. I really like, outside of this being Kiara and the stink of, or what you smell when you're around Kiara, she is actually like a really fun servant, and it's also not even this too. Like this, cool, sexy, whatever. Like, yeah, sure, horny nun wearing police outfit, awesome. But her kit honestly is like actually fun to use. Besides all the boba, like people choose Kiara, A, for her appearance and character, and then B, that when they make Kiara, or like, no, sorry, not Kiara in most parts of the game is just like good, generically good. They build her character well. That like they don't have to try that hard. Like the OG Kiara got buffed so many times. This one hasn't got buffed because her kit already has buffs included. All right, so I promise that was not Kiara having some existential power that actually turns every man that looks at her, fictional or real, into a simp. I promise you that's not what's going on. My brain is just dead from talking about all these servants so quickly. So again, I have used this character a lot in CQs. If you look at the channel, I haven't been posting CQs lately. I need to get back to like posting them. Haven't recorded, just haven't actually released it. I have used Summer Kiara for a lot of them. Some of them not min turns, but I have used her to clear content like fairly easily. The more you use this character, the more you know how it works. Like, it's like timing is such an important thing for Kiara, and it also depends on if you're using Tamamo or not. If you're not using Tamamo, you have to be like far more conscious of when you're popping, when you need to get the buff skill and when you need to just pop the skill to get the skill. With Tamamo, there is like because your skills are on such a shorter cooldown, and Kiara can kind of do crit, but not really. She's mostly MP spam. So you would be like popping Tomo's MP like a bunch. You can pretty much have her debuffs on the enemy non-stop, and also just her spamming her MP. And when she needs to crit, she'll just get an arts crit and go back to MPing. Yeah, she's just a fun character, and she has like every kind of like everything I actually want in like characters for like harder stuff. Kiara kind of is that character. Like for a lot of characters, if your supports die, you're kind of shit out of luck. Especially for Buster farmers. Kiara, it really doesn't matter if she's solo or in a team. She plays essentially the same way either. Like unironically, she actually plays about the same whether she's solo or in a team. It's just in a team, she can just pump out more damage a lot quicker. But you also could say that about most characters. So 11.1k attack, 15.3k HP, For her specifically, I would prefer she had more HP, so her having a slightly lower attack is fine for me. MP charge 0.6%. I really don't notice it being that low. Like, when you need to crit with her, she will crit and you will get the amount of gain you need. It's like her profile is very similar to BB, and but also just like having more supports that actually like work better with her than BB does with a lot of other support. With how BB used to work with other supports. Sorry. So traits, animal characteristic on stage 3, demonic beast servant. This is pretty much only Tunguska that you have to really worry about this. Other than that, yeah, not really. It really is just animal characteristics if you want to try to get better bond farming. Quick 3 hits, arts 3 hits, buster 4 hits, 5 hit extra attack. So, also, is this version of Kiara only good in CQs? No. You can definitely use her in farming, and she does technically function a little bit better than OG Kiara. And it does kind of have to do with the fact that she's a moon cancer. Like, she doesn't have to she's a little more universal, but she's still not the best at arts farming. Like, you can use her the same way you can use, like, her refund is like, it's essentially like farming with Muramasa, that same kind of battery profile, although it also kind of depends on how you're using her second skill. So again, this is a big user. She has an extremely high skill ceiling, and also kind of and an okay floor. If it helps put it into better perspective. So first skill, guts, 1 time 5 turns, awesome. This is on a 6-turn cooldown. If you have mana loading, you have 100% uptime on this guts. And honestly, for Kiara, your guts probably isn't proccing in the first 6 turns. Probably not. Full cleanse, heal per turn, 2k per turn, 20% MP damage for 3 turns, and she gives herself mermaid nourishment. This is what lets you level up her second and third skill. Different way from how Cuckoo levels up her skills. They just cost stars. This, you need an actual buff to do it. So also, if you're fighting someone with a lot of buff removal, not a good time for Kiara. She is debuff focused for damage, but her kit relies on buffs. So yeah, just be aware that if you ever get buff removed, you are so fucked. It's not even funny. Yeah, and just the note that these rank ups can stack. So, base version of this skill. Oh, sorry, that's the super version. So the base version, 30% battery, 20 stars. Eating up 1 rank up, 40% battery, 25 stars. So 5 more stars and 10% battery. And that carries over. Full stacks, 50% battery, 30 stars. You cannot consume more than you can't consume more than 2 at a time. If they decide to buff Summer Kiara, I think that is something they would do, because it is very possible to like have multiple of these stacks and not be able to use them, because of like skill uptime with Tomomo and stuff. But this being on a 5-turn makes it a little bit easier. It actually kind of is a preference than all of these being at the same cooldown. This being a slightly shorter means that when everything is out of sync, you can more easily use these skill rank ups without worrying about not being able to use them. Like, they'll just disappear or something. Yeah, like, it gets a lot trickier if you are actually able to double stack this fully and have 2 of these up at once. That's when you might start overflowing. But yeah, like she just has kind of a slow start, and then she'll pick up speed the longer the fight goes on. Third skill, base version, party evasion for 1 attack 3 turns. Remove all enemies' evasions. Inflicts bewitchment. This is just like it has the trait, but this is basically just a debuff specific for Kiara. And it reduces crit attack chance by 10% for each stack you have of this. Reduces their defense by 20% for 3 turns, and then static reduces arch res down by 20% for 3 turns. My biggest complaint about sorry, I'll go through the rest of this. So leveling up once brings the defense up to 25%. Arch res is up to 25%, and you put 2 stacks of bewitchment on all enemies. And then third one carries over. You put 3 stacks per enemy. Defense down 30%, right? And then arch res down 30%. So why specifically does she have this bewitchment when they could have just given her this? Like, what the fuck is the point of them giving her a debuff when it literally translates to this debuff equals this? Has to do with her MP and the other issues that spawn from it. Passives, 12% arts up, 12% MP damage. Beast passive 2 crit damage and skill res and mental debuff resistance. And a passive 14% defense, not damage cut, against humanoid enemies. AKA, almost every servant in the game, she gets just she just gets defense too. Don't even have to do anything. You just get defense. Her stacking with other defense buffs just make it a whole lot easier. The hardest fights usually are against servants, so it makes sense that a boss fighting servant like this would have a power mod that lets her take even more punishment. It gives her more it gives her more cushion for pushing. That it's why is it so appropriate? Why is that phrase actually so appropriate for Kiara, but it still makes me hurt inside saying it? Mana loading for ease of use, skill cooldown mostly for Tamamo stuff. Again, if you're not careful with skill cooldown, you are gonna kind of fuck yourself over. And also remember, if your guts procs, do not double pop this. Do not. Your guts needs to proc, otherwise you will not have a guts for another 6 turns. So that is something to be more afraid of than anything. So the reason why Kiara had she made bewitchment for just crit chance is because those crit chance reductions count as mental debuffs. Kiara wants people to not be able to think straight, so she can kind of just do whatever she wants to people. Yeah, no, I'm implying exactly what you think I'm implying for that. She is that bad of a person. Just always remember, Kiara is a terrible, terrible fucking person. No matter how the game wants you to pity her, she is definitely the case of the abused becoming not just the abuser, but running the whole fucking system. So, 3-hit AoE arts, super effective damage for each mental debuff. This goes from just normal 0 super effective damage all the way up to 200%. So her MP can do triple damage if you actually have enough mental debuffs on the enemy. The issue is definitely going to be getting that level of mental debuffs, which is why I say use her with Tamamo. The better you can spam this, literally the more damage she does. But unfortunately, these bewitchment stacks only last for 3 turns. So There's also two issues with this. Um, but we're not done talking about the MP. But just know that this can stack up very, very high. I believe unremovable buffs slash debuffs. I don't want to say whether they count or not because that's just really hard to test. Like, how often is an enemy gonna have like that they're already charmed before the fight even starts, right? It's like Terra Confusion, yes, um, but this is more like Domin, and unfortunately, Kiara's lawful evil, not chaotic evil. She also has a chance to insta-kill. It's 100% base chance. Not terrible, but you definitely would be using other characters than Kiara for insta-kill farming. Trust me on that one. But with the insta-kill Mysticode, all you really need is, like, technically, she just needs to just hit the enemy. Like, if they're 80%, like, you just need that Mysticode and then you're good to... Oh, wait, no, that's, No, here, 120% with the Mysticode. You don't need to rely on overcharge on it. But again, you're probably going to use a different character, more probably like Nidochris, because they have the same chance to insta-kill, but Nidochris has 100% battery, so you can use Nidochris double Domin and never have to worry, as long as you actually insta-kill. But again, just save Nidochris for wave 3 then, and you only have to insta-kill one enemy, not 3. But her Bonsi is actually fucking broken, though. It is a full revive. This is a full one-time guts that is not only stackable with other guts, but it brings her HP to 100%. You literally have to kill her at least 2 times for Kiara to actually stay down. I almost made another sex joke without even trying that time. Yeah, she's always ready for round 3. Once you get her Bonsi, she's always ready for round 3. There we go. I got it in. Fuck's sake. Why is it so easy making sex jokes around Kiara? Oh, right, because she has her own dick gravitational pull. Dicks just attract to her. They just like focus into her assets. And then she's covered in sea foam. She'll be covered in sea foam. Anyway, I already placed Kiara. I think she needs to be able to like have a better chance of mental debuff success rate, because my god, or not even debuff, not even mental debuff success rate, debuff success rate. Because my god, her damage falls off a cliff if you, like, some of your debuffs don't land. And because it's only 100% chance, if you're fighting someone with high levels of magic resist, nothing is fucking landing. If you're fighting someone with a Goddess Essence magic resist combo, nothing is fucking landing when you're using Kiara. I keep saying these are going to take less time, but they just keep taking about the same time. Alright. Next up, Arcwid. This unironically is going to take less time, because Arcwid is just really good at farming, whether it's multi-core or solo core. Now she's better at solo core than she used to be. And before, her main use was multi-core. Clear a wave. Don't worry about it. Buff your teammates. Use other SSRs that kind of play to that style, like Queen Sky of Dark, Tonal Echo. Characters that want, like, if you're just doing normal farming, don't stress it. You can run all of them at 0 and they'll be perfectly fine to kill everything. Yeah, so that's kind of like what she's kind of evolved into being for farming wise. You run her with characters that you're basically just spamming 3 different MPs like people used to farm FGO back in the day. when they just ran like 3 characters and all of them had like K scopes. So they had not MOB, but just K scopes. All the characters had their own batteries. MP turn 1, MP turn 2, highest damaging MP turn 3. That's essentially how you use Alco right now for multi-core, with obviously caveats depending on who you're running her with. But nowadays, she is able to do single core buster farming, and I will show that because I thought BB's was higher. I'm going to show Arcwood's with Black Rail. Is gross. Is gross damage. So, first off, this is Arcwood. Archetype Earth. These two. No, this is the OG subcaps. Yeah, no, actually, I do have to mention that. Like, if you're not using Black Rail, her damage isn't great. I will mention that, Caps. Yeah, so Arcwood from Tsukihime. I think this is the original concept of before Arcwood became Arcwood, and then this is unique to FGO. Base attack, good number, just above like what was the midpoint. HP 14k, little bit higher than that, but not much higher. MP charge 0.45%. You kind of don't worry about face cards. Like in farming, like you're gonna have enough charge. You just need to make sure you have a pen 5. She also changes her alignments based on per ascension. 1 and 3, chaotic good. Stage 2, neutral good. Doesn't really matter in terms of like buffers. Like, I mean, you have to jump through some hoops, but you could make stage 1 chaotic evil for Dovin synergy, but I would not recommend that. Arcwood isn't really a crit servant. If she crits, it's because you're making her crit, not because she wants to. Outside of like a mighty chain. 4 hits on quick, 4 hits on arts, 3 hits on buster, 5 hit extra attack. First skill seals all enemies for 1 turn, reduces defense and 30% attack buff for herself. My experience, I always save this for final wave. I do not use this on turn 1 to make her hit harder. I just like suffer with the worst damage. Although most times, if you're just doing like basic bitch farming, you don't usually need like for wave 1. You kind of don't need more than 30,000, and like even at MP1, she kind of can do 30,000. You just have to give her like the CE she's using. It kind of just needs attack. Second skill, 100% battery, 20% MP damage, 7 turn cooldown. This is why you need a pen 5. This brings it down to a 6. And then you can double pop an 100% battery in 3 turn farming without even needing Oberon. That's right. For farming with Arcwood, if you are if your damage is not a concern, like you don't need Oberon. She can do her farming with any Mystic Code. So if you're trying to level specific Mystic Codes and it's just like normal stuff, like you're going through rank ups, like those rank ups that are like 5 nodes to unlock like the skill, you can kind of just use Arcwood and just use double Vitch. And if your damage is good enough, you kind of are just turning your brain off. You don't have to plug suit or anything. You just bring damage and you do damage. Is that the best use case for her? Absolutely not. Her damage fucking explodes with Oberon because of how much MP damage she has. Just saying that is something also you can do with her. Yeah, like for 100% battery servant, like she's just so solid at it. Third skill, party-wide invul, 1 attack 3 turns, buff removal resistance for good alignment allies, 1 turn. And if you're on the Millennium battlefield, so you popped your MP already, you get a 30. Everyone else gives a 30 battery. Passives: 21% magic debuff for the 21% debuff res, 12% arts up, 10% debuff success rate, 10% crit damage, and if you have already popped their MP and you see this icon on your screen, Arcwood gets a 30% rainbow buff for each card type, except the extra attack. So, you need this if you want to do Black Rail looping. If you want Arcwood to actually do farming, you need this. Everything else is just butter. I'm assuming she has Foreigner because archetypes will protect the world from foreigners or some shit. Because this is their world and they're not letting anyone else step on their toys. But I'm not entirely sure on that. MP though. 4-hit AoE Buster turns everything into Millennium Castle Battlefield. So this does mean her own MP gets her Buster buff. It is not that she has to do damage, like her MP does damage, and then she gets the Buster buff. She does get this part first. So technically speaking, her damage could have been a lot worse. She also has super effective against chaotic alignment, but because she was an anniversary servant, they gave her bonus scaling so that MP5 has a 200% super effective, so full on double damage instead of the normal 150 1.5 extra damage. At the end, she also charges living humans by 20%, and this goes all the way to 40. And because she's AoE the way she is, she kind of works well with like all of these servants. Works pretty well. Even like Bazette here really actually likes Arcwood because of the skill seal and the defense down. Like Bazette actually really likes this part. And then like Bazette would have an easier time getting back to her MP because again, the battery here. But like it also goes for like any like other servant here. Like probably not Sojiro, unless Sojiro is MPing like turn 2. If Sojiro is MPing turn 2, then Arcwood is like butter because it guarantees like no matter what he's going to MP turn 2, right? Because start from 20. After you pop the MP, he'll be at 50, and then another like 20 from Arcwood's MP, so he's at 70. So yeah, like even if he's starting from 30, like the event that these two came out of, I was using Sojiro to Buster farm multi-core style with Tiamat and actually like get the full Buster farm out. He'll get to 200% on his MP, or yeah, 200% charge, and for him that is an extra 10% attack for him. So yeah, Arcwood can work well with a lot of these characters, just obviously not all of them, but not many of these characters are gonna say no to free charge. Not many of these characters are gonna say no to a free 50 battery. Bonsi, MP damage up 25% while she's on this battlefield. Technically speaking, this is a little weaker. This is on the weaker side compared, but oh no, sorry. Yeah, no, I'm sorry about that. This is on the weaker side in comparing to self-buffing Bonsi's that are usually at 30%. But Doman also has it where chaotic and evil servants get 15% damage, MP damage each. So this is 25 MP damage for the party, and all Arcwood has to do is MP once. And just keep up, like, MP once every 3 turns. But she's giving an almost non-conditional MP damage buff. That also affects herself. So, why is she an A+ and not higher? It mostly has to do with her face cards not really doing much. She's a Buster servant that's gonna get amped by Vitch, and she has actually nothing to help her Buster crits. So even her other cards pretty much only have a card buff, and that's it. So her arts card and her quick quick cards. Sorry, wait. Arts cards and her quick card, right? Yeah, arts cards and her quick card. They kind of just don't do much. That essentially is the only reason, and I don't feel like you absolutely need her. But time to show her Black Girl damage. So 1 second. This is not going to take long. And even though I probably should be going into the QP, I'm fine over here, because this is just assessing normal damage. Yeah, power mods are also involved here, but she's Buster, so why would I take away from that? But yep, 60,000 turn 1. Yep, almost messed up there. Again, 60,000 turn 2. I didn't really do much to up damage. And her damage is actually matching, like, BB. I could have sworn. Oh, right. Okay. Yeah. Wait. What the fuck? What the fuck were those numbers I was getting earlier? Yeah. As you can see, this like difference is also pretty fucking big. Yeah. Wait. Why is 70, 180, 340? 70, 80, 340. Oh, right. She hit chaotic. Right. Dioscuri's chaotic. Is that why my numbers got inflated when I checked this earlier? That might have been why. But yeah, this is just another reason why I want to make my own list for like damage calc, because I do different things and I just would like to know this stuff off rip. So yeah, MP1 Arquid is matching BB. They are essentially the same. Arquid just has super effective. So yeah, I could have sworn Arquid was doing a little more damage. I think I must have been testing my own Arquid. I think that's what happened. That the numbers I was looking at was my own Arquid at level 100 MP2. This is MP1 level 90. So yeah, it kind of is. It kind of is a case where these two are essentially doing the same damage, and this character just does more things. Even though they both do a lot of things, this one just does more damage in general, or is easier. Sorry, let me rephrase it. Easier to hit max damage than Arquid, because let's be honest, it is far easier to have a welfare 50% CE than it is to have an MLB Black Rail. I bring up Black Rail damage a lot, but we can't deny, like, usually it's the case that these characters are farther apart. Not this time. Arquid is always going to hit harder if she hits niche than BB. There's absolutely no contest, but Arquid hitting niche all the time is what's going to be the problem. Because I also think evil and good are more common alignments. Chaotic, on the other hand, is I would assume less common in enemies. And like random trash mobs, sorry. It's less common in random trash mobs. And you kind of can look at it here. Like these are not random trash mob enemies on this screen. Like these are pillars, story bosses. This is pillars and story bosses. They're the only enemies that have chaotic and lawful alignments, I believe. Like enemies, if they have alignments, would be evil or good, or So it kind of would have been better if she had a different alignment than chaotic, but I'll still take this. Chaotic is still common enough. All right, last two. We have CL and BB Dubai, but also this is not CL from Tsukihime. This is apparently CL from Servantverse. And I think teach me CL Senpai, teach me Miss CL, apparently. Or it's merged. I still kind of don't know. I haven't read enough. All I see is that she's hungry. She got the extra large. Yep. All right. This character made farming a lot more fun for people. This is one of the first characters in the game where Black Rail is legitimately not her best craft essence, and you would be better off farming with a CE that gave you an attack buff than a massive MP damage buff. Unfortunately, her best CE also doesn't give any actual attack either. It is solely giving attack off its effect. So also if you go past 3 turns, damage falls off even more. 11.6k attack, 14.7k HP, so fairly tanky. And that's the deal with CL. You want her skills to be leveled so that she does not take any damage. And then she does big crit damage because of that. MP charge 0.46%. I almost never have problems with refund for CL. It is click. I know exactly what I'm getting when I click her cards. And for farming, you kind of don't care about these. You just care about this, and you are buster farming. This is a single target that can reliably actually do buster farming. Even against, especially against trash mobs, all you do is load up Vitch and you keep spamming her Buster Brave Chains. There will be a turn where you have to choose between popping your skill or not. If you're doing multi-core and there's a 1 enemy wave, that is a fucking godsend for you because you don't even have to worry about it. You get a free turn to crit however you want after the MP. Yep. So 5 hit on the quick card, good. 4 hit on the arts cards. By the way, this quick card isn't getting that much MP. 4 hits on the buster cards. This is mostly for star gen purposes, and a 6 hit extra attack. Unfortunately, this is on the weaker side, and her attack isn't the highest, but this extra attack will still gen stars, get some gain back, and do some damage. But if you're using her and farming, you're definitely going to want extra attack finesse, because that will, any little bit of damage you don't kill with that extra attack, the better it is, the more you clean up and not have to waste a turn. First skill, 10% gauge every turn for 5 turns, heal every turn for 5 turns, debuff resistance for 5 turns, buff removal resistance for 5 turns. The heal is 1,500 a turn, debuff res 50% per turn, buff removal resistance 100%. This has almost a 100% uptime as well. Any kind of cooldown reduction you can fit into your rotation would keep this at 100%, and CL will never lose her buffs as long as this skill is maxed out. and the chance is not more than 100%. Most buff removals are like capped at 100% because how many servants are actually applying buff removal resistance of like up to 100%? Not that many. And also, if you double stack this, it also means you have 100% debuff resistance and 200% buff removal resistance. I don't think there is anything in the game that comes anywhere close to you actually needing that, but that is just funny. Like, imagine that because the enemy can't steal your buffs so badly, you actually steal their buffs. That oh my god, that would be so fucking funny. That would be so funny in any kind of gacha game, or not gacha game, because that would be OP, but like in a turn-based game, that you actually have it like an actual Uno reverse, like actual Uno reverse, and you take all their buffs. Because there are boss fights that do have mechanics like that. They steal your buffs and then they apply it on themselves. Would be kind of funny if a boss did that and you said nope, and you just take you take all the buffs back and you get their buffs too. Moving on, 30% card buff for Arts and Buster. On when you click an Arts card, you put healing down on the enemy and reduce their gauge, along with taking their guts away. Santa Karna could pretty much use a buff if his MP effect is being taken by an Arts card. Unless you're dealing with multiple guts, this is kind of beyond overkill. Although, like, if you are dealing with someone with, like, multiple guts, if it's multiple time guts, you're going to rip that off, and they are going to be shaking in their fucking boots. Like, you know those enemies that have, like, and especially in events, they have, like, 5 guts? Like those kind of fights. The ones that are just, like, when all your buffs are gone, the enemy still has, like, 2 more guts left, and you're just like, oh my god. Yeah, CL deals with that really well. When you pop a Buster card, 10% battery. Remember, you also would use her with Vitch. So, it says here 10. In practice, it's more like 30 to 40 for every single Buster crit you do. But unlike Vitch, this applies for even the MP. So when you double stack this, her MP gets an extra 20% on top of what it already has. Last thing, the higher your HP, the more crit you do. If you are at above 50% crit damage, 50% HP, you get 50 crit damage. If you're at max HP, 50% crit damage for a total of 100. This is why keeping her at max HP is so fucking important. Your damage will start dropping, like, if you have a lot of source of crit damage, which you're using her with Vitch, you're already at 300%. If you're at max HP, but you'll also have to heal back from that. That's a different conversation, and that's Mystic Code usage. Yeah, like CL crits very, very, very hard. Last skill. She redeals the deck, and you're only gonna get her cards. And this is also like basically a turn. It turns it into like basically turn 3. So the next turn, everything's reshuffled. Like it's a new cycle. 50% battery, 100% defense for 3 attacks, 3 turns, and whenever she takes a hit, she will get 2,000 healing. These two do go hand in hand though, but 100% defense means that CL can face tank NPs and she will not take damage as long as they do not have like defense pierce on that MP, which is very, very rare for you to have to deal with that. They're the servants that have defense pierce on the MP, that's what they need to like bypass CL. In some cases, this is better than like solemn defense or a dodge because like defense pierce is so fucking rare in comparison to invo pierce, especially sure hit. The only thing rare is Solemn Defense Pierce, and only one character in the game has that. But this stops all of them, and if you can get even... again, when you reset, you'll have 6 hits of 100% defense. Just depends on your timing. 20% debuff res, 12% independent action for crit damage, 500 healing per turn, and she is basically like a pretender, or she is treated as like a pretender against sabers, only sabers. So she deals 1.5 damage to them, but she takes 1.0 like a pretender. Kiara has the same thing, and it's for rulers. Yeah, like as if sabers did not need something else to be in fear of. They already have enough from berserkers and MHXX. Now they also have to deal with CL. Pens, this is what you care about. For really letting her farm and go wild. Like, you'll be able to double pop these 2 on turn 2, which does like increase how much gain she gets back. But extra attack can't be bad if you're going to be doing Brave Chains pretty much every single turn. Not a bad idea to make them better and just do more damage. Especially if you're just doing Buster Brave Chains, then you're really going to want to up the damage on it. Because Star Gen, MB Gain, not going to be doing anything in a Buster Brave Chain. Damage is definitely going to be there, though. And because you can choose your own cards, if you want to be doing Mighty Chains, you can. There's nothing saying you have to do Buster Brave Chains. It's just that Buster Brave Chains will kill the most things. Like, you're taking advantage of your the extremely high crit potential here. And Alter Ego, again, if you want to do this, you can, but I would go for something else. But if you want to just swap to it when you're fighting an Alter Ego, go for it. Yeah, like this depends specifically just feels way better now that serving coins are swappable. Like, you're only going to have this on if you're fighting the enemy. Otherwise, even if you have 4 pens, like, you're going to put it on this, not this, most of the time. So, here we are. The reason for the Christmas event. She kept shooting Neko arcs at people. I don't usually show it, but no. Oh, come on. Where's the Neko arc? Yes, there we go. This is the reason for the raid event. She kept doing this. We kept doing this, and this is why we have a raid event. So yes, blame CL for why you had no time to do the raid. Everything is CL's fault on this side. At least that's my interpretation of it. If you actually read the raid event and you know what actually happened, feel free to laugh at me being a dumbass. But in my headcanon for the next 2 years, in my head, it's CL we kept the... Not even CL. Us, the player base, kept spamming Neko arcs at random fucking level 1 foot grunts, and then she got mad and wanted to become a raid boss. Again, until I read what actually happened, that is my headcanon. I'm sticking with it. So, 12 hit single target Buster MP. Regardless if she has a star gen buff or not, this is still gonna make a lot of stars for her. For a Buster MP. Super effective against demonic enemies, 100% chance to insta-kill, 20 battery on MP, and increases her MP damage, scales with overcharge. CL is who I was using for insta-kill farm before I switched to Shufu. Am I a little upset about that? Yeah, because I could have used CL in the raid. I'm not angry. She is Bond 3, MP3, so she has her 3 pens already. If I want to take her to 120 eventually, I can. But yeah, basically you use this MP to kill the high, like, so you start. Okay, so let me explain how CL farming works first before I like really work into this. Your first Buster card is going to crit the lowest health enemy. You're gonna kill it. Then you're gonna MP the biggest health enemy. You're gonna kill it. Then you're gonna have one more trash ad. You're gonna use your other Buster card. You're gonna kill it. And if you don't kill it, extra attack. And then you just repeat that. You use Vitch cooldowns to reset that, and you just keep repeating. Because she gets so much charge back, it really isn't that hard. Like, we're talking, when she has this double stacked, she will have like 60% per turn. Because the MP gives you 40, like 20 here, 40 here, and then you get the passive charge per turn, and this is already double stacked, so you will be getting 20 per turn. She is a buster unit that, when you use her with Vitch, has very little problem. Like, she has refund that honestly would make quick servants jealous. Like, how crazy of that is to say that CL has better buster refund on her MP than quick servant AoE quick servants do, fighting 3 enemies. That shit is wild. Bond CE 30% MP damage, 5 gauge per turn, 500 healing per turn. So, most people, like I explained with Summer BB, can use her as a support to guarantee that your DPS gets all their cards for their crit farming, and then use BB to lock down the cards. I don't want to explain more about this. This mechanic, just they go together, peanut butter and jelly, which is part of the reason BB is up here. She is really up here for CL, not just her mechanic, because there is a lot of RNG tied to using BB normally. CL completely eliminates that RNG, and you can literally pick whatever Brave Chain you want for 3 turns. Yes, you have to give up a support. That is truly unfortunate, and if anyone dies, it's broken, and now your setup is a mess. But if you have the damage to do it, go ahead and do it. It is definitely fun. Like, doing crit farming using these two is really, really fun. And for weird nodes, like the first 90 star we got, the one with Helena in the India node with 2-2-1 Berserker caster. It's really, really, really easy to do that by incorporating CL. CL trivializes that fight and makes it so even your quick units can have like a lot of fun, because now especially a quick rider has literally everything they need to be able to keep refunding their MP. Because they're going to kill with the MP, and then they have 2 cards and an extra attack to try to get as close to their MP or wherever they need to be as possible. So you could either spend that jetting stars or more MP if you have less batteries. Considering you're only going to have access to one ruler Scotty at most, you're probably going to want to be holding on to whatever you can in that instance or instance like it. But yeah, that's CL. All right, last thing, and then we are done. I'm gonna take a break from streaming. Gonna go to my parents' house, get the check for my apartment, and then get lunch too. Relax, come back. We're streaming Persona 3 Reload for probably the rest of the night. Might do like Honkai or FGO stuff before I start Persona, but there isn't gonna be another YouTube stream today. All right, chat. Honestly, I had actually forgotten if I actually went live on YouTube, and I would have. It wouldn't have been upset because I am recording this, but I would have been mad because I was streaming without streaming, and I keep doing that. All right. BB Dubai. She, I think, is a BB from another timeline. Or or it was another Kiara situation where they observed BB and then made a copy of BB and shit went south. Again, I have not read OC3. That is just what I pick up from people talking about it. Um, the only thing I really cared about was that this is our BB, and that this one says this BB is full of shit. Oh wait, where is that? Yeah, hold up. Let me show that. Let me actually show that because um, I know it's not gonna take me that long. BB Summer. She reset her growth skill tree, took an evil god design, and was taken over by an evil god. Is that an A? Did she really get taken over? Seems like she pretended to take it over to do what she pleases. Ah, I see. So there was that option too. Oh no, I can't control myself. I'm sorry for anything I'm gonna do. Proceeds to punch everyone in the dick. It says, "I'm so sorry, guys. I wish I didn't punch you in the. I'm so sorry, guys. I wish I didn't punch you in the balls, but I had to." That is essentially what she's saying. I'm sorry, senpai. I almost killed you. I couldn't control myself. It was the evil god's fault. BB Dubai. This character, support, and one of the best, like literally one of the best supporting NPs in the game. To the point they had to make it so you could not start in the supportive MP. Otherwise, she just would have been too good. Really would have been nice if you could start when you're in this ascension, but because this is her golden garment. But it is what it is. Maybe that's a buff. Maybe that's a buff they do in the future. Um, I don't know how they're gonna do that though. That's them having to rework and add something for the ascension. Like essentially do something similar to like Alco or Melisson. Something similar to Melisson or Ptolemaeus. So not outside of the realm of possibility of them doing it, but also not likely. Base attack 10.75k. BB herself as the DPS is very possible. She can do good damage, but for me, she's definitely more of a support. But again, like it's a support that can do slight farming, just like not Summer Casuaria, Summer Scotty, Koyanskaya of Dark, Koyanskaya of Light, Oberon. All these supports lately have been having damage dealing MP. Cause her drop too. Yeah, so HP, very tanky. She has big protection here. She does indeed have big protection against damage. Traits to notice. Again, Sakura series for Cost drop in summer mode, but that's pretty common. Animal characteristics in third ascension, bunny servant in third ascension as well. Two different traits. Yeah, are you gonna use Talok with BB? Maybe, but probably not likely. First skill, AoE 20% arts buff, AoE 20 battery. For some servants, this is the entire this is the skill they have, or this is what Lasagna decided to add to their skill. But she also adds this preservation target buff. This is so her MP will actually give a battery to other people on her team if you use her supportive MP. In addition, Moon Cancers, living humans get a MP damage and MP gain buff 30%. So yes, you would probably be using BB Dubai with Talok because BB Dubai actually specifically buffs Talok or Tenochtitlan Moon Cancer. It really is. It's not just living humans, even though I bring up living humans getting buffed by this a lot more. So let's also bring up the living humans that get buffed by this. She is supporting arts farming, Tezcatlipoca, Luvia, Muramasa, Chloe. I guess probably not priority on that. Summer Iris. Summer Iris gets fully buffed by Scotty. I mean, not Scotty. BB. Bazette because works because of the MP damage BB Dubai can give. BB Dubai can give a lot of damage to Bazette, so you can't use Oberon with Bazette. But if you really want the MP damage, BB Dubai is gonna give it to you. So yeah, that's neat synergy, and also BB Dubai is gonna provide a very solid shield for Bazette because she really only has her dodge. But Jinako, but you're still not farming with her even with this. The less I have to say about Tezcatlipoca, the better. And then we have these two supports right here. But it's less for them at all. Like I wouldn't even consider Waver and Reigns here. Not with BB Dubai. With like Arquid maybe, but not with the BB Dubai. Second skill, all enemy buff strip reduces their attack by 100% for one turn. Arch res down for 3 turns, 20%. Then you put the non-preservation target debuff. This is just so you do more damage under damage NP. In addition, Star Gen, crit damage of all living human and moon cancers. So, again, like Talok, extremely niche. Basically, your third support probably instead of Oberon is going to be BB, especially because BB is going to help protect Talok or Tenochtitlan. Because she's going to be getting hit a lot. BB Dubai's shield is going to like save her from getting too low before you want her to get low. If you want Talok to get low. But yeah, 100% attack down for one turn. This literally makes it so unless the enemy has an attack buff, they are going to do 0 damage. It is the same as having 100% defense up. This is essentially the same thing. The enemy just is not going to do damage to you. So you can do this right in front of an MP, and everyone just face tanks it, and then you heal back if there was any kind of buff going on that would have like let that thing do damage. Yeah, but she is just super solid. The Star Gen is 100%. So she is specifically like a caster Gil for moon cancers and living humans while also giving even. Yeah, no. Only thing you're missing that caster Gil would give is. Isn't it like 10% arts and then an attack buff? A 20% attack buff? Yeah, you're like trading like 10 arts and 10 crit damage and 10 attack for these effects. Like Caster Gil, like his kit is these two skills, like and parts of them too, and then with a lot of extra stuff. Caster Gil is a very well-known art support. Or art sub DPS that helps enable art servants to actually crit. So BB Dubai being able to do that for her niche and not even just living humans, like a full class. So more character, like these are just more characters that are going to be in the game in the future. Like it's not. They didn't pick something that like was always going to be set in stone. Like if she only buffs servants that related to Fate Extra, that is such a small thing because all they have to do is not release any more characters from Fate Extra, and the skill doesn't get better. They're going to constantly add more living humans to the game. It's a fact. They're gonna make new properties, and they're gonna want to put them in FGO. That just makes sense. So BB Dubai, if you want to think about her for like long-term investments like that, she does like do a lot for Moon Cancer and Living Humans. I'm not saying she's a must summon if you have these characters, but she is a character that is gonna just like age very well. Third skill cooldown reduction by 1, 50% battery, and then she changes her MP from offensive to defensive. Debuff success rate up 6%, magic resist EX 25%, future management, crit attack chance resistance, and passive star weight of 20%. So her star weight is essentially 60, not 500, but that's not a huge difference. If this was on a rider, that'd be very different because that's another 40 and brings that rider from 200 to 240. Not as dramatic, but star weight is star weight. If you have to fight less for stars, you fight less for stars. But here are some passives. If you're fighting someone that is evil alignment, has anti-good, Kiara, or non-servant, 10% attack buff. So this is a free farming buff if you want to use her for farming. Why? It's literally why her base attack is as low as it is. Because essentially, this is like 11.8k base attack. It's just 20% attack comes from here. And again, you don't want that in terms of like scaling up things, but this is such a small thing. It's not something that's going to matter that much. Would it be better if like they just made this passive and just put it here? Yes, but again, she's not always going to have this. It's just she's going to have this a lot. Other passive, lawful alignment, anti-evil, or servant, she has 20% defense. High HP, very like tanky survivability MP, and then just also has a passive defense. Cherry on top, she also has another 25 magic resist, so she's at 50. Her passives are like, they are so generically good, but they're like, yeah, no, they are so generic, but they're also so generically fucking good. And I don't mean generic as in a lot of servants have it. I mean generic as in these two in particular are going to come into play more times than they're not going to come into play. If you're taking hits, most of the hits you're going to take is going to be from a servant. If you're dealing damage and farming, most of the enemies you fight are not servants. Just my thought process on that. For farming, you want this. In general, you do want this. And everything else kind of doesn't matter. Anti-moon cancer, I do think there are a couple moon cancers that have that are either sky or star, so that kind of does make sense why she has this. So her damaging MP, power mod to sky, power mod to star. Star attribute power mod is one of the rarest buffs in the entire game. She is the only character in the entire game that has something to do that actually does some extra damage to star. Gilles de Rais is the only servant in the game that buffs specifically star attribute. But this attribute is so goddamn rare. Wait. Tiamat is star, not beast? Huh. Also, Arcwood. Oh, no, Arcwood is here in star. It would have been weird. It would have been really, really weird if Arcwood was sky and not star. But, yeah. Damage to all enemies, 5-hit arts. Arts for his down after damage. And super effective scaling with overcharge if they have the non-preservation target. So you use the second skill. This super effective lasts for 3 turns, so the better skill cooldown BB has, the more damage she just does in general. Definitely with Tomo, you will have 100% uptime because BB's own kit has cooldown reduction in it. Yeah, if you have BB as the main DPS, it is not hard to like be double stacking all of your shit with BB. Tomomo will keep her topped up like fairly easily. Unfortunately, like BB Dubai is not going to be buffing her supports to be making herself hit harder. Besides getting another BB Dubai, and you're gonna have to question yourself: are you gonna do double BB Dubai or double Castoria? You're probably gonna choose double Castoria over another BB Dubai. But let's just be honest. So, their other MP, the supportive MP, party-wide invul for a turn, party-wide debuff immunity for 1 turn, MP damage for 3 turns, base 30, scales up to 50, and extra battery, scaling with overcharge if you have the preservation target, so from the first skill. And 30% battery is the base, up to 50. Bonsi, power mod against non-preservation target, MP gain for preservation target allies while she's on the field. She does not get the benefit from the MP gain, though, because she also doesn't get this. So the way this is phrased is if you have 2 BB Dubais and both of them have this on them, each will only get 20% because they can't get it from themselves, but they can get it from the other BB Dubai. Again, that is... yeah, no, it really depends. 9 times out of 10, you're probably not going to do double BB Dubai. 9 times out of 10, you're probably not. But in the cases you are, try to have fun with it. Yeah, like, I didn't mention her MB gain that much here, but yeah, like, she can do it because she has the big battery, but I probably wouldn't be trying to brute force it. I would be doing multi-core with BB Dubai, not solo core. And yeah, that is why I put these 3 here and these 2 here. Very long-winded. It took me like fucking an hour to get back to this point. But yeah, holy shit. This list, it felt like it took too long. I don't like these extra class. I just wanted to talk more about them. But yeah, in general, I think they're fairly good. I do kind of want to move things around though, because I kind of don't like how things are the way they are. I think it's like, yeah, okay. So like, I really don't want to bring people down though. I don't like how this looks, how there's so many good extra class, but there are a lot of good extra class. Like, I'm second guessing it, and like there are like, I don't know. This is gonna be my tentative list. Hopefully by the time I do the tier list again, I have my actual spreadsheet done with like everyone's like farming methods like down pat, like, and with all the numbers. They're super effective and everything. Because that will just make my life easier. For me, like, some of this stuff I do not have enough damage like examples, and or I don't know the character enough to speak from like pure experience. But anyone here like not functional? Like, if we were like, definitely if we were talking about looping, this list would be very different, but we're not talking about looping. Most extra class excel in fighting whoever. So for this list, I really don't like how top heavy it is. But I did have a feeling that niche was going to be bigger on this list than it has been for other lists. So this is it. I'm gonna call it here for stream and the recording. I really just wanna relax the rest of the day. Yeah. So I'll see you guys later. Peace. And hope you enjoyed this list. Extra class 2 probably is gonna be split up same way. Thank you for making it to the end of this video. If you enjoyed, drop a like or sub. Hope to see you in the next one. Peace.